Hello, Vector Sater. We got Serious Sam and 4 other people. That's great. What's up, everybody? Gotta make sure I open the YouTube chat right now. I don't want to forget that, man. Bad results when I forget to open the YouTube chat. Hey, how's it going, Hyper Astronaut? You made it. Hey, how's it going, Zach the Very Lucky Engine Productions? I'm so glad I remembered to open the YouTube chat, you know, at the beginning of the stream. Not halfway through. Hope you're doing good, Zach. All right, 4 p.m., just about time to go. Well, it is time to go. So I'll be on camera in like less than a minute. Right. It's me, Alex Yardhog, one of the hedgehogs around. In Massachusetts, there's not many of us. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the broadcast. I'm going to be playing Sonic after the sequel on my Sega Master System. I got a limited run cartridge pressing. Those are hard to come by. Hyper Astronaut, hello and welcome in the house today. Hyper Astronaut says, sorry for not coming to the recent streams. You've been watching the Ben Saint Bionicle lore video obsessively. Ah, so that's where you've been. I recommend one good video, and it consumes your attention so much that you don't attend my streams for a bit. That just goes to show you how powerful my recommendations are. So I wonder what I'll serve up next that will distract you for another few weeks. And I'm just kidding. And you don't even need to apologize for not coming, Hyper Astronaut, but I do appreciate it. Here, let me open the game and then I'll say hello to everybody else. Gotta turn cutscenes off or the game doesn't work. Because I think it's in Flash. Now, I don't know how many of these songs are Falcon Young, but I love this. I just know that to start. And I assume the audio level is remarkable. Yeah, it's remarkable. Maybe a little bit lower. Alright. So we have JJ in the house. Hello, JJ, and hello, Ghostburb. JJ says the feeling of freedom of rearranging one's space. What, did you get some Animal Crossing Feng Shui points by rearranging the stuff in your workspace to gear up for the developer stream? Congrats, Hyper Astronaut, on beating Shadow Gens. Glad you liked the music as much as I did. And hello, Eblo. Eblo's main sticking post with Shadow Gens is that you would have liked if it would allow you to kill human people. Just like in Shadow 05. Au contraire, mon Eblo G. You cannot kill humans in Shadow the Hedgehog 05. Bet me $5. See what happens. Ghostburb did a bunch of super scary stuff today. You might be dead, you're not sure. There's a teaser. Is there going to be a deep dive vlog later tonight? Jeez. You have my curiosity. Sam's got the plug for RPG Maker VX. Eblo says Shadow kills Eggman in one of the endings. Okay, so that's what you meant by kill a human. I don't know. Hey, nice pivot. Nice pivot. Eblo says that he says, you're going straight to hell, and then karate chops him. Well, that is clear cut, but yeah, technically you're right, Eblo. And hello, Keo. All right, let's get started. Guys, this is just a late... I mean, we could wagerize this somehow if you want to, but this is genuinely just a surveillance stream. There's no special premise. There's no special challenge. We could, other than wagerizes, we wager. But this is just you and me, you the audience, me the me, hanging out, saying whatever's on our mind. and vibing. This is a game that I've already streamed a bit in the past, but it's been a while, and it's an essential canonical thing. And I don't want to give too much away, but especially with, let's just say, recent relevance of Falco Young. Falco Young. Okay, so this is a remix of that song that starts the waiting zone, which is also in Sonic Rebel Blast 2 card. So I didn't notice until now that this is a remix of that. I don't know if that's the first level, because what you're seeing me play right now is Sonic after the sequel, which is the sequel to Sonic before the sequel. So that's really cool. Okay, so Vector says that this is the original, and the Waiting Zone song is Act 2. So if that's coming up next, oh my god, I'm so excited for that. Because it's gonna hit so hard. Having that, I think that's, right, so this just, if I could just stop and, like, give Falco Young, like, the biggest praise that I possibly could, which is that song that's coming up in Act 2 that starts the Waiting Zone, that is the only song that has lasted through every single iteration of the Waiting Zone, and it's because it's that good, right? I don't want to give anything away, but composition domain, right? Falco Young, truly awesome, and I'm hoping that I can shine more of a spotlight on him. That's all I'm saying for now. Vector wonders what version is this. I don't know what version it is, but I had to turn off the cutscenes because they're done in Flash, and with modern audiences, modern computers, they don't work with Flash anymore, I guess. Now, I wonder if that spring that sends you up inspired the similar bit in Press Garden Act 2. There's like a spring on a pedestal that sends you up to the next area. Kyo's take on the colors in this stage, they're all too loud. Oh, okay. Vector says it's not made by Falk, it's by James Landino. Alright, good to know. So, any praise that I just had a trip... Well, Falk does have other great stuff, but not... This is not an example of that. So, does Falk have music in this game in other zones, or... What was I gonna say? Hyper Astronaut is getting an Ocean Palace aesthetic vibe from this level here. Yeah, certainly the architecture may even be some assets right out of Sky Sanctuary, possibly. Vector says Falk is a sound engineer, so it's possible he handled the arranging and editing. Okay, so he could have had a hand in it, even of this one. Even if he was not the composer proper. Ghostaburb finds the Flash abandonment disappointing because Ghostaburb used to love animating in Flash back in the day. So if you're still... I know you're active with drawing nowadays again, but did you ever return to animation in any form? Long time... Oh, I have Sonic Frontiers as the I swear... I won't get upset about this. I'll just change it quickly, but... yeah, it's behind the scenes stuff. I won't... It's just the thing with Restream. The category sticks. Sonic after the sequel. So I admit that earlier today I was mistakenly under the impression that the first streaming block today was going to be Frontier Cyberspace, but that's not until the weekend. So then I opened up and that's why it said Sonic Frontiers. There's some kind of issue with the restream, and it's a new problem that I need to fix. But I will not pass the irritation of that problem onto the audience any more than is necessary. And I've already said way too much. Soldier through, finish Earthblade, don't make it the audience's problem, you know what I mean? Cool. Ghost of Verb is trying to learn Open Tunes with a Z. And you have 2 animation projects you're currently working on. Very cool, Ghosty. And yes, Keo, thank you. I did open the YouTube chat right at the beginning, so... Guys, it might not be Falk, but it's so good. It's the jam, Keo. We've arrived at Neo Hilltop. Dude, the song is so good. I'm a little bit sad it wasn't by Falk, but that shouldn't matter. It should just, right? It goes exactly to what we were talking about in the AI music discussion. It's like, how much of your experience of music, quote-unquote, is the audio itself versus, the context, the supplementary info that you take on faith in some cases. Hey, look at this. Is that Shadow the Hedgehog's logo plastered on the side of whatever piston? It looks like some kind of weapon piston. Is that Shadow's? I don't know. Keo says, okay, now it's really drawing from Ocean Palace. And hello, Banquazam. Sorry to hear you're having the same issue with Restream the Hedgehog. Hyper Astronaut says this sounds familiar, but you don't know where. Well, it may very well be it's from the waiting zone here on stream. It's surreal to be playing through this level. This has got to be the first time I've played this level since I added it to the waiting zone. What are these Shadow the Hedgehog pistons? So interesting. What is the lore implications? Lore implications. And then, see those rocks in the back? Are those recolored rocks from Palm Tree Panic, is it? See those? At the upper left? I think that's Palm Tree Panic. Let me go to the upper left. Keo had that one time where one of your art teachers said the work you submitted was very good. And you actually turned around to see if she was talking to the person behind you. Own your confidence, own your good abilities, and continue making good art. Sam says, am I a fan of AI? Well, a fan? No. Not necessarily a fan. My take on AI, I won't ramble about AI because we talked about that a whole lot on Monday, but yeah. My reasons for talking about artificial sweethearts like that is not because I like it or advocate it, just because it's coming and we can't stop it, and it's not unethical, so deal with it for the sake of your descendants. Okay, interesting. Hyper Astronaut says that even hearing the song at the waiting zone... Oh, there's a hidden red spring in there. Even hearing it in the waiting zone, it seemed familiar. Well, it is in Sonic Road Blast 2 Kart, but if you never played that, it would not be an explanation. So I wonder if you've heard it as background in an Ant Dude video, or a Gilly the Kid video, or maybe even better, Channel Pup. Do we got Channel Pup fans out there in the Alex Yard zone? By the way, Shinobi 3 I think has to be cancelled. I'm sorry, but it's just part of the new paradigm of Alex Yard Next, which is this new era of streaming that is very much like classical Alex Yard strip. But Alex Yard Next is driven in part by brutal money priorities, where I need to put my all in today's Hyper Amy Discuss segment, and if I don't start editing it immediately after, I'm gonna run this. It's gotta be a streamlined process. It can't be dragged out more than the day that it takes to make it. It's pretty amazing that I'm able to, right? With technology and editing methods that I have started using more directly these days, the fact that I can do the whole stream with you guys, and then editing it down to a video is not nearly as hard as you might expect. And I was talking to Dem Rupees about it. I don't know if I've talked to JJ about it yet. My new editing methods for editing voiceover. Maybe I have, but it's basically you take the raw audio and then you have an algorithm that will remove silence. So anytime, and you can specify the minimum amount of time it needs to be to count as a silence, and it will just remove all the silences, and then everything that it did not cut out as silence, it won't snap it all together. And it's so like that. To think of the old way of doing it, that I used to do it, you know, and I still do something like that for music theory videos, but those are a little bit different. Sam just spotted the Master System overlay. Keo appreciates that SRB2 Kart has courses based on other fan games. It's super cool. Name one other one. I can't think of any. Hyper Astronaut is at least cautiously optimistic about how AI could help with nuclear power. What, to make I would think AI will just figure out a way to generate all the power we need from water or Coca-Cola. Something we have, you know, ridiculously amounts volume available to us. There's no shortage of Coca-Cola. JJ remembers. Okay, so Vector said that he's too that must be about Channel Pup. Channel Pup is too rambly for Vector's taste, and I totally get that. Shout out to Channel Pup, who's definitely watching. We like to have fun around here. JJ, yeah, I almost forgot about this. JJ remembers back when Channel Pup thought he could sustain 4 channels. Dude, it was, right? If you thought that John Burton's Game Hut schism was a little bit over the top and unnecessary, well, Channel Pup one-upped him in a major way by creating 4 different channels. And at first, they were color-coded, right? Channel Pup Red was for gaming, Channel Pup Green was for movies. There were 4 different channels. And I think that I think that he quickly pivoted he dropped the color names. He dropped the color, but then I think he eventually even abandoned those and just funneled everything back to Channel Pup Prime, you know, the main channel. Keo is amazed that this third act has its own mix. Pretty cool. Just let it be known that Vector Sater doesn't mind Game Apologist. And his videos are even longer than Puppy Pups. Vector says, have ... y'all not played this game? Listen, Vector, I know that you can watch a video by Video Game Donkey and instantly get the joke that, Sonic Adventure wasn't actually made in Unreal, so you know that that's a joke. Not everyone knows that. Not everyone knows that, and not everyone has played Sonic before and after the sweetheart. I mean, heck, I've only played this once, and it was on stream a good while ago. I think this was a fan favorite game of Drive-In. I think shout out to Drive-In. It's been a while. I know he watches every single stream I do. That's a joke, but truly, shout out to Drive-In. Drive-In used to play the before the sequel games back in the day. Interesting. Vector asserts that this act was clearly arranged by Falk. And I assume I'm supposed to pronounce the L in fault. I'm gonna get that right if I ever say his name in a piece of permanent content. Okay, Keo says Final Fall. What fan game is Final Fall from? Final Fall is a hotly requested SRB2 cart track that we try to get in once per week. Okay, Hyper Astronaut clarifies, it's not that AI will help with nuclear power, it's just the same existential quandary of very powerful, but will it be used for good or bad? Hyper Astronaut cites the theorist channels like game theory, film theory, food theory, style theory. That's just a food theory. Nice. Sam watches drive-in streams still. And any reports of what... Not a report, but like what's he been up to in terms of gaming, art, world records he's trying to set, speedrun goal he's going for. And then Hyper Astronaut. I am reading chat a little bit behind, is the truth. I was talking for a while about, what was it, Kamala Harris or Fauci or whatever I was talking about before. I didn't look at chat for a whole minute, and when I looked back, I was like, let me catch up to what I missed. So Keo says Final Fall is from Sonic XG. Keo says that Sonic XG is some unreleased game. And Vector takes issue with that very nomenclature, it would seem. Is that an unreleased fan game, though? So Final Fall made it to SRB2 cart, even though whatever it's from was A, unreleased, and B, a fan game? Vector's been in this community too long. Hey, how's it going, Dem Rupees? Hey, what's going on, Just Ludwig? Just Ludwig says there's no one in here. Well, if you're on YouTube, then you're not... Whoa! On Twitch with the rest of us. We have a baker's dozen viewers here on Twitch. -2. But sorry, I gotta focus on this boss. But yes, the YouTube feed is a generous gift that also entices fellas to check us out on Twitch, where you can make channel points wagers. Including for today's run of Amy in Sonic the Hedgehog, which will deliver truthfully on the Sonami tag for this stream. Hyper asked... So, also, before we move on from the thing... So, Game Apologist made a couple videos about Super Amy and Hyper Amy. And so, actually, today's Discuss segment is going to be, kind of like how the last one I did responded to Adam Neely. This one is going to respond to the Game Apologist, who I don't have diplomatic ties with anymore, unfortunately. I didn't burn the bridge, but he closed the bridge. And I think I know why, but we could go into that micro-drama if we're, really desperate for something to talk about at some point. But because we're enjoying these good vibes with this Mecha Tails assistant, which is way more interesting than Orbot and Qbot, Keo wonders if this is Metal Tails. Vector has the breakdown of unfinished games throughout the years. I need a ring. I died. Act 4. How often do you see that? Another one was Retro Sonic. Also Christian Whitehead. Sonic Nexus. Why does that sound wicked familiar? Have I maybe played a demo of a little bit of Sonic Nexus? I don't actually know. Also, I don't think I'm gonna mention the no longer there bridge with Gameologist in today's Discuss segment. Just so you know, it's not gonna be a drama thing. It's one thing to talk about it offhand during a random gameplay segment, but not, at least today, in a permanent content slice. So is this just the waiting game? Oh, I can hit Eggy? Okay, so I'm actually trying to hit Eggy, not Mecha Tails. Did this, oh, it's an auto runner boss. I wonder how many, are there any running bosses in the original games? Hey, he's flying. I can't reach him. Cool boss music, though. Oh, phase 2? What is going on? Whoa! True Tails versus Mecha Tails. Did this inspire the Triple Trouble 16 boss? This is doing what Metal Sonic does in Triple Trouble 16. And it kind of has a, you know, Metal Sonic vibe, even some blue pieces, man. What's going on with Tails? Ah, the text comes in. Vector says it's been like 10 years and XG is possibly still developed. Hey, it's the launch base mechanism. I won't make the joke that I made last time about this, what this level looks like, but if you talk to me off stream, I will. Alright, Hyper Astronaut is going to work on work. See you later. Vector has the stat that this song is by Andy Turnstall. Kyo has seen this recurring problem in Sonic boss fights. It's not about the total runtime of the fight, but the dead air. So the Sonic Superstars problem, in other words, the waiting mechanics. Hey, how's it going, Polar Wildcat Studios? The hills are alive with white powder. Is this iron ore, I wonder? Whoop, whoop. Waiting is a lack of mechanics. But Kia would say so, yeah. And I know I kind of made a tongue-in-cheek joke about that in the Flying Battery, saying a waiting mechanic. This is Sonic, not Earthbound. And even when I was making the video, I was like, is waiting actually a mechanic? Ah, I can have infinite jumps in these waterfalls. Now, Superstars has something like this. So I guess my next question is... Oh, actually, no, that is in Sandopolis, so never mind. Whoa! What's the premise of these? Ha! Bow! That sounds like a Sonic Heroes noise. Now, Vector has no shortage of distaste for Mr. Lang. Do tell, pray tell, why does it pain you to have to mention Mr. Lang? Kyo confirms Sandopolis Sandfalls. It's not after the sequel's original creation. Why can't I emerge from the... Oh, is there a current pushing me back? Because watch, when I'm just gonna jump. Alright, I don't know what was going on. Never mind. This is a guitar fretboard. Like physically a guitar. Yeah, these things. Pipes. Delivering electricity to those who need it. 10-ring monitor, iconic Sonic item. You little dinky springs, you gotta get to the true one. I love this. Kyo thinks the baby springs are so cute, and I do too. This is true gameplay, man. Oh. I don't have the skills, but it is true gameplay. This is better than Superstars' version of it. These enemies look familiar. Oh, we got on-screen segments today for Sonic 1. A whole lot of them. Is this from Good Future Metallic Madness? These pipes. That video continues to do well. Because in the 48-hour report, the strong videos settle in at about 300 views for every 48 hours. But still, over a month after release, Metallic Madness is still at like 700, which is like double. Vector briefly mentions that Mr. Lang is controversial. He's toxic, manipulative, and possessive. And he had an adversarial relationship with Sonic Fun Games headquarters, which eventually boiled over, resulting in him leaving the community. Well, good riddance, Mr. Lang. I will forever remember Artie Lang instead of you. Ghost of Burbs got the emote. Kyo says, if everyone agrees that he's a page, is that a controversy? You know, and I wondered about controversy. I think I've mused about, the definition of controversy. In fact, one of the discuss segments I was going to do was going to be Sonic Movie 3's controversies. But right at the beginning of the video, I would specify that I am applying the Spawnwave Media definition of controversy, which is at least one person objected. Spawn? So I guess Kyo's suggesting that for it to be a controversy, there would need to be some disagreement, two sides of a situation. Alright. JJ was vibing with that 3D water, and I'll take another look at it if there's water in White Powder Act 2. And we are going to get going with Sonic 1 in about 10 minutes. Is this also... I don't think it's an asset from Metallic Madness per se, but I like how it has those kind of tanks for, I don't know, plant life. Or like that movie with Pauly Shore called Biodome, where him and one of the Baldwin siblings, not Alec, but another Baldwin, they're locked inside of a dome that's like a big bio research experiment. And I think they snuck in as a protest. But the point is, they're stuck in the dome and they have to deal with situations. Evlo says, Alec Yard. It's funny how Alec almost reads like a singular form of Alex. And I support Alec Baldwin on 30 Rock, but not so much on Rust. Look at this semi-3D effect. Are we calling this 3D? It's just parallax, I guess. But that's probably exactly how the water 3D effects work too, right? Just skillful parallax, I guess. And then, see this sprite right now? Is this from the Sonic CD special stages? It looks awesome. Upper route for even more popularity? Ooh, and then these ceiling fixtures are pretty sure from Wacky Workbench. Uh-oh. I missed one more. What are these, metronomes? Or those heaters for the outdoor tables at expensive restaurants? Ghost Bird likes that front-facing spin sprite. It's cool how you can see, like, both of his shoes. That's cool. Yeah, and then you can see his eyes looking at you, the player. Very meta. Sam confirms that Alec was also in Boss Baby. Yeah, I think I sampled... I didn't have any rings? Oh, you can't jump on those enemies. Wow, was I going down slower because of the waterfall? And then is that supposed to happen? That was awesome. I'm not even mad that I died, because that was so cool to watch. Yeah, I gave Boss Baby a sniff test, because I remember seeing the trailer for it when I went on a date to see Fantastic Beasts and Where to Locate Them, and there was a trailer for Boss Baby. And I finally got to sample it, and I wasn't one. I was like, this just kind of feels like every movie ever. It's like Toy Story. What the folks are doing when the adults aren't around, I don't know. I think there's more Boss Baby content. Like a series, maybe? I don't know if there's like a Disney Plus or Paramount Plus, whatever corporate banner it would land under. Sam confirms it's on. So is it a Netflix series? It's a pretty big get. Alec Baldwin on a Netflix series. It's a voice, but still, you get to put Alec Baldwin's name on it. I guess Robin Williams didn't want Disney to really use his name when they were pushing the marketing for Aladdin the Hedgehog. And maybe we were talking about that last time. We were talking about the one man's treasure is another man's garbage. Return of Jafar. Aladdin 2, if you will. And you will. Sam confirms he was talking about the TV show. And the TV show that I have not watched is the miniseries about... What is that series called? Diary of a Wimpy Kid. Eblo has the pitch for Aladdin Yard. Tonic minor second, learn your intervals with Alshard. Learning intervals is one of the most powerful, musical devices you could ever add to your skill set. I'm telling you. And you don't even have to remember the frequency ratios. Like an octave. You take any two notes that are an octave apart, and the frequency ratio between them will always, without exception, be a 1-to-2 ratio, which is really just a fancy way of saying double. But all 12 notes in the chromatic scale have their own identity defined by a ratio. When you compare this note to the tonic, the 1, what is the ratio? 2 to 3. Stuff like that. It's pretty mind-blowing. Vector is certainly vibing with the theming of this here level. JJ says, shoot a person in the face and then play a baby in a Netflix show? Sounds like karma. Yeah, Alec Baldwin, I think he was a little dishonest. Maybe I shouldn't talk about someone tragically dying, but, he came out and said, oh God, no, I didn't press the trigger. No, it went off by itself. Just about everybody doubts the veracity of that statement, but to pivot to something more happy, Boss Baby has a series available on Netflix with Alec. And I would do a discuss segment about Anthony Fauci, but there's no video game connection. But believe me when I tell you that, these BS controversy scandals with presidential pardons, so there's no, this is the era we live in. This is why I gotta speak up about the lower stakes video game topics that we brush up against. The stakes are much lower, but the fallacies and maneuvering are the same. The same. Alex Yard next. Being there bonus. Alex Yard next. Welcome to Alex Yard next. It started like a couple weeks ago. Alright, Third Bruno is going to be listening on his way home from work right now. And then when he gets home, will be the classic declaration. Alright, I'm here for real now. Uh-oh, I only have one life, but it's almost 4:45. So I will try to scrape together some gamer cred and finish the act. If I can. Is that a mouse, like, get flying battery? Oh no, it's like a Neo Moto bug. Tonic, minor, second, learn intervals with Alex Yard. Bad syllable placement. One of the methodical methods you learn about with songwriting is putting syllables on the right spot in the measure. In a spot where it makes sense for the pronunciation, okay? Like if someone was talking to you, you would probably notice if they pronounce the word despite as despite, right? You put the emphasis on the first syllable instead of the second, it's noticeable, right? So if you say, well, I was able to get to the supermarket despite all of the snow. And it's like, well, no, the pronunciation is despite. So sometimes people will do that. People who are, just starting out with songwriting, they will shoehorn a word into a spot in the song because they need it, but it doesn't actually, right? So, I'm feeling very sad despite all my money, right? I'm singling out a specific person I heard. I won't say who, because it's not someone from our community. It's years ago. It's college. He writes a song that says, why am I so sad, despite all my money? And the pitch is not important, but the timing of it. You gotta put your syllables on beats and subdivisions that make sense harmonically. Tio has great advice for Third Bruno. Drive safely. Drive safely indeed. Keo wonders if this here zone is a sewer. No, but hydrosity is, much to the chagrin of T. Lopsy. I think I found a tweet of his many years later where he roundaboutly described what hydrosity is as a location, you know, and I think even in that tweet he acknowledged that it wasn't exactly a city. Now I want to pull up that tweet. Danger. Alright, does 0 count as a life? Alright, it does. Sugar splash. Come and get your sugar. But make sure to declare it on the packaging. Because I know for a fact it's the law that you have to disclose the ingredients. But it may also be a law that you have to display the nutrition facts. And I'm sitting over here wondering, how did JJ know about all of Anthony Fauci's behavior? And I didn't. JJ knew about Fauci's BS like 3-4 years ago, and I didn't. And I'm Alex Yar. I live in America. But somehow JJ had the scoop like 4 years ago, and now I'm working through the horrifying reality of Fauci's de facto cover-up. Alright, JJ cites one Dave Cullen. Did a lot of fantastic reporting. So Sam says, what did he do? And I won't go too deep into it, but it's such a big deal, and it's really only come to my attention and truly sunk in, connecting the dots in the past couple days. Dude, JJ says that guy Dave Cullen's YouTube channel, Computing Forever, got shut down because he wouldn't stay quiet about this. And right, I promise I won't get out of control with this discussion going on for too long, but that's what JJ just said is a big part of my horror, right? Government censorship for what we now know basically seems to be an Anthony Fauci cover-up, right? So I promise I won't talk about COVID for like 5 minutes or longer. I'll just say that Fauci was the guy in charge of directing us how to deal with the coronavirus, and what he was basically hiding and even lying about was that he had always advocated for funding the very research at the very lab where COVID is now basically understood to have come from. And he kept saying that COVID is not man-made, it's a natural variation of the bats, and it's not the case, guys. It almost starts to feel, so without going too much into the details of that, I'll just say that it sort of starts to feel like a Death Note situation. Those of you who have read Death Note or watched the show, where the person tasked with the task force of dealing with this crisis or mystery or crime, right? The person investigating it is like one of the people at the center of it. And you look at all of his interviews and you see him getting testy and defensive and trying to chase away people from the topic. And without saying anything else about viruses, I'll just say that see people trying to chase me away from a topic, appealing to my emotions and trying to pour shame on, right? I'm pushing back. Welcome to Alex Yard Next, everybody. I'm not taking this bullcrap no more. JJ says all the Rockefeller Foundation stuff from the 2010s, and also everything about Agenda 2030. Maybe I don't know much about 2030. But yeah, ask questions. Watch alternate sources of news. And wash your hands. Alright, it's 4:50, so certainly if I die, that'll be a wrap and a half. And then we'll set up for some wholesome Hedgehog action. One. Alright, so this is an ongoing mechanic. So yeah, to wrap that up, Fauci always wanted to do virus research where you're altering viruses to change how they work, and he literally wanted to fund the research at the Wuhan lab. And then what I'm not... Oh, I just saw Falk's name. Did you guys see that? Wow, it says Falk. So was it showing the name of the composer at the start of any level? That's cool. That's a cool shout out for the composers. Wow, look at those Knuckles Chaotix style air cars traveling in the back. I love this music too. Gotta wonder if this is Falk's composition. Eblo has the bit about news sources. Alright, let me go set up for Amy gameplay. Polar Wildcat says Cyan is Polar Wildcat's persona's name. Is this level Cyan? How fitting. Vector confirms this is a Falk composition. Alright, so I'll overanalyze it later to get in touch with Falk's composition. Where I'm sad that Horizon Heights, or whatever it was before, is not Falk, but the Encore, Mania Encore menu theme certainly is Falk, and it's unbelievable. Unbelievably good. Alright, I'll be back soon, so go grab your Showtime pretzel, because pretty soon it will be time for tonight's top story, and many other stories. Be back soon. Go brew your coffee, pop a bagel, and I'll be back soon. Origins. Make sure it's not too loud. Eblo says, no fair. JJ is already in Marble Zone. Well, what's good for the goose is bogus for the gander. And I gotta turn on the other light so I'm not having this dark fog. But alright, let's, I don't know if there's an intro. I have to just take a brief respite, but we'll get going in just a minute. Get ready to place your wagers because JJ has skills. All right. Don't send links, Sam. We talked about this. My business manager sees you sending unsolicited links, he might have thoughts. I'm back. So let me set up the wager. It's going to be purely for points, and we're going to have on-screen segments starting soon. Okay? Who will get a higher score? Alex or JJ? We'll give it a full 30 minutes, which starts right now. And if there's any moderator with a free hand, you can go ahead and update the stream category. I would appreciate it. Yeah, we've got... Why do I feel like there's one more thing I have to do? I mean, the segments are ready to go, so I think we're all set. Let me open up Sonic Anniversary mode. Start. And yes, Keo, YouTube chat is open. I'm happy to report. Sam even popped over there. All right, Ghost of Burb's taking off. See you later. All right. So it's Amy time. Let's do it. Hey, what's up, Louise, over on YouTube? So yeah, betting is open, and I already see 100,000 points bet on JJ. Imagine that. Imagine that. You don't have to imagine it. It's true. All right, here we go. So I'm going to count down 3, 2, 1, but when I say 3, JJ should just go because of the delay. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Amy. Buttons reversed. And there we go. Guess who's back? Okay, don't forget that Amy can do this thing. Go back and forth. Eblo says someone really wants you to get your points back. From your devastating loss on the last race wager. And which one was that? Was that Monday? Or no, I mean the last JJ competition would have been, oh, I got that combo. Last Wednesday, what did we play? Was it Mania? I got wrecked in Mania. I get wrecked in most Sonic games, but not Metroid. And that, I won't mention the pandemic much, but I will just quickly say that it made it more creepy that it was overlapping with Metroid. You play enough Metroid games, you're going to see some Anthony Fauci behavior. That's all I'm freaking saying. That was a massively big Badnik combo to miss, and I'm embarrassed about it. Now she can spin dash, right? She's aiming. No special stages. Yeah, Eblo says that there was 100k on JJ, and you lost. Yeah, which, I'll never forget the epic, what was it, Sonic Advance 2 wager that I won on account of JJ losing all of his lives and getting a game over, and then I didn't have many lives, and people were ready to stick a fork in me thinking I was done. And then I beat that techno-bass boss in one try. Yes, Eblo can certainly relate to real-life mimicking Metroid games. Because a year into the virus, you met a group of mercenaries. And then one of them that you never met before took off their helmet and said, "Remember me?" Ah, yes, Anthony. His name is Anthony, isn't it? Anthony? Dude, the parallels continue piling up, dude. It's crazy. Dangerous ongoing projectile. This better not send me to the projectile. Good. Classic meme, says Lorestream. And what's up, Lorestream? You're just in time for today's first news segment. Sonic Blitz. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? If you see the screen capture on this tweet, it was 22 minutes before... Well, it was... When I captured the tweet, it was just a couple hours ago before the stream. And so they... not an announcement, but... word got out that Sonic has registered a new trademark for Sonic Blitz. So, of course, my mind goes to NFL Blitz. I assume this will be a rough-and-tumble street football game. Football, American football, NFL style, I mean. Not actual football. Starring beloved Sonic characters. I can't wait. Now, knowing that there already is a Sonic fan game called Sonic 3D Blitz, and that's a nice little comfort food Sonic fan game that I did like. Played it a couple times. Sonic 3D Blitz. So that means that Sega is actually epically lowering the stakes to Sonic Blitz. Wonder Woman's in the house, wondering how JJ has 100,000 channel points bet on him. JJ's take on the matter is just purely economical. Consistent skill is going to naturally draw in some dollars bet on the betting table. So I don't know how JJ's doing so far, but I'm doing perfectly average. Lorestream wonders if Sonic Blitz will be the official prequel. What, to Sonic Frontiers 2? What's the safest way to get across this? Jumping. That's my new technique for those bridges. I'm gonna fight a boss, don't I? Danger zone. Where am I going? Ooh, that could have been disastrous. Alright, boss time. Was that invincibility that it wants to give you? Oh, he didn't have a hitbox yet. Amy Rose. She's good at games. Oh, God. You can't use your hammer from the ground. I'm gonna have a bogus time bonus, huh? But yeah, Wonder Woman... Uh-oh, what have I done? I can't... Alright, so you can hit him from the ground. I don't... dude, I'd pin... A lot of points on the line. Hey, what's up, Davy? And you're from, you're Brazilian. Very cool. Very cool. You just joined us at the outset of this, me against JJ. We're playing as Amy in the original, very first ever Sonic the Hedgehog. And we just announced that the next Sonic game is called Sonic Blitz, and it might not have as many football mechanics as NFL Blitz 2000, but it might have some. There are rings downstairs. There sure are. Now I'm seeing JJ at the boss, and he's already got 51,000. He'll make a mistake. Keo says maybe Sonic Blitz is a sequel to Sonic Wings. Is there a joke to that that's going over my head? Wow, is Amy so petite that she doesn't activate the fire? Or is that how it works with Sonic? If you jump off super quick, do they not actually light on fire? Oh, I was looking at chat. Bamquazam wonders how JJ has 153 rings. So godlike, so having 153 rings is a sign of godlike all-powerfulness. That JJ is a Sonic gamer to watch. JJ, is this just that good, says Bamquazam. He has the rings. Let's see, what is his score up to now coming out of Green Hill that I ought to be worried about? I didn't mean to get this shield. But I believe that I can get rid of it without taking a cool bonus damage. Which I have not yet confirmed if the cool bonus in Sonic Mania works the same way as the technical bonus in Shinobi, including, but potentially not limited to, Shinobi 3. Wonder Woman says that yes, indeed, I, Alex Yard, ought to be worried. I don't know, I just got that great combo with 2 bats. JJ will mess up at this part, watch. And also, I'm way ahead of him in Marble Zone Act 1, so I'm winning. I'm just kidding, that classic fallacy. Next on-screen segment, and then Dav is, in the meantime, is saying English has a cool language. I do like English, although I'm a little biased, because it's the only language I know. Yeah. Next on-screen bit. Alright, so here's just a throwback. I have a couple things I wanted to show you from the Sonic 2 instruction manual, and this first one is that tips hotline. So I'm curious to ask if anyone growing up ever called the tip hotline that was, in many cases, including Sonic 2, included with the game. And it was a pay by the minute, I believe, 1-900. There's not literally a 900 number, but I believe that was the idea behind those things. Is it just me, or does Amy get through this part more smoothly somehow? I really got to focus on Badnik points. Keo says, dang, this should have been my job. That must have been a fascinating I wish there were YouTube videos that someone recorded tapes of what those calls were like, because I don't think I ever did that. Yeah, Keo says, what must have been an interesting job getting paid to tell kids how to get past the Carnival Night Barrel. Yeah. And, like, if everyone calling in is all asking about the barrel, then you could start giving them hell, like, come on, you should be able to figure out. Think outside the box. Believe in yourself. And you should be fine. That'll be $5. Now, hang up the phone, because I'm about to. Collect the paycheck. What else is in the manual? I love that this has the "Are you up to it?" Right? That "Are you up to it?" quote is going to come into play in the 25% sequel, because most people can't fathom the idea of playing a Sonic game on anything other than autopilot. And literally, Sega has been posing the question since the beginning. Are you up to it? Are you up for the challenge and edginess of a Sonic game that is not your grandmother's brain age, if you know what I mean? It rings down in this nook. Now, what's interesting about this, I assume that this is non-canon, because this says that Tails has always wanted to be like Sonic since he was a baby fox. So I'm inclined to. I don't actually know what the Japanese manual says on this, but I would assume that. I don't think the OG story and manual has Tails wanting to be like Sonic for all of his life. This is a canonical. Yes, and as Lorestream points out, this is only in the American manual, so yeah, it's pretty much not canon. It's about as canon as Sonic CD involving Princess Sally. That was one of my favorite parts of the Metallic Madness music video. Music Theory. The US game replaces Amy in favor of Princess Sally, with an alternate narrative in the music, too. Eblo has a cool conspiracy plan where I can get a bunch of missing points and rings that I need by going to a special stage when JJ isn't looking. Eblo apparently has giga points riding on this. Now, I'm seeing 9,000 bet. And if 8,000 of those were Wonder Woman's, well, where's the Giga PTS? Now, okay, that's fair. Eblo says maybe Sonic is a celebrity and Tails already knew about him. So that actually does make sense, because that was one of the things we talked about when we did that Discuss segment a good while back about, does Sonic CD take place before all the other games? And one of the things established is that the events of Sonic 1, this game, are definitely not Sonic's first adventure, and they're also definitely not Sonic's first time, fighting Robotnik. And so that, it's established that, prior to the events of Sonic 91, yeah, Sonic was well known for his adventures, his public service, all of that. Wonder Woman's probably bouncing pretty soon. Yeah, Lorestream says that's how it was originally. Davis had said American or Britannic. I'm from America, so I guess you could say that I speak American English. And that's why I was a hot commodity when I was teaching English in South Korea, because one of the schools that I worked at, they were willing to hire folks from the UK and South Africa, but they explicitly would say at training, like, what we're aiming for is the American pronunciation. Sorry, UK. Not that it wasn't my idea. Sonic 91 didn't have a spin dash, but you think that's going to stop Amy Rose? Eblo says they want those American R's. Yes, and which is funny because I'm an American in the one pocket of America where we drop our R's, just like the UK-shins, UK civilians. And that's because Boston, Massachusetts is pretty close to the Queen's English. So I pronounce car like Hermione Granger does, and I'm unapologetic about it. It's so funny how dropping your R's in America is seen as this kind of like low class, like people will give you a hard time. Oh, you're just one of those Boston, unintelligent, gotta go back the cat. I don't agree that it's unintelligent. I'm just acknowledging the reality of that stereotype. Bats, Fauci bats, look out. Straight out of Wuhan. And it was never the bats. That was it was the human Metroid experiments. Funded by America. Double charged even. I promised I wouldn't talk about that more. It's on my mind. What do you want me to say? No game music? What happened? Did the music glitch out? No. Yeah, I guess the music is a lot lower than I would expect it to be. Hermione Granger. Straight out of Boston. That place is Scranton with clams. Alright, that's closer to where it is. Sorry about that. I don't know how I missed it. Alright, next on-screen segment, man. Alright, and so the final excerpt from the instruction manual is this. This is the also, I assume, not canonical explanation of how Tails rose to relevance, which is that I love how innocent and pure and of the era this is. They were just all hanging out in the woods, gathered so that Sonic could perform for a crowd, pretty much. And so then Tails was performing with Sonic, but he wasn't necessarily doing the same thing. He was just doing his super fast tricks using his tails. But then he buckled down, believed in himself, and then just did a spin dash, just like, this is going very, very badly. I lost my rings, I fell down. Lorestream says, what bats? What did I say? Wuhan bats? I promised I wouldn't talk about Wuhan, China, where COVID was artificially created by people in research that was funded by the United States. I promised I wouldn't say anything else. Shout out to Wuhan. Ask questions. Challenge everything. Oh, God. Fauci's mad now. He's tripping up my jumps. I gotta fight the boss with no rings. So yeah, this classical instruction manual story, and I so love how it puts Tails in quotation marks, because it does outwardly acknowledge that, legally, his name on his COVID vaccination card is Miles Tails Prower. What a show-off, said the instruction manual about Sonic. Alright, well that was just an instruction manual tip, so let's just go into the next bit. Alright, so I'm not going to talk about Hades, except, I put this Hades thing here, knowing full well that I would talk about it very quickly, and then move on. So the quick thing that I'm going to say is that I got to 17 heat, so look out, Keo. I'm climbing up to your heat accomplishment, and you're going to have to get back into Hades to beat me. So, just a fun little teaser for that. I'm at 17 heat, hear me roar, and it was with the bow and arrow. The bow and arrow, loading a cast into your shot, absolute magic, total power, total domination. Alright, 17 heat, look out Keo, but the next true bit is this. Look at this much more relevant thing. JJ, just today, did his first in a good while, AS2R, another Sonic 2 remake development stream, and I popped into the beginning of it, it being today, earlier in the day, so I actually have the opportunity realistically to poke my head in and see what was going on, and I heard some really great remixes. I gotta dig up JJ's playlist of stream music, because my god, was there some great remixes. But yeah, JJ is diving back into AS2R. Now the top and bottom things, you're seeing him work on the bird boss in Sky High Zone. And I assume that's the boss that's not in the game yet. Sky High Zone is in the most recent demo, but it doesn't have a boss. It's just the act ends. Is there gonna be a roly-poly-oly creeping up behind me? No? Okay. But then also, I hope it's not a spoiler or anything, but that thing in the middle, I was wondering what location that is. Is that part of AS2R? Okay, interesting. JJ says that the boss he had in mind was too dangerous for back then. Sorry, too ambitious. Dude, I support that. I applaud you for recognizing the limits that you were working within and not getting carried away. And it sounds like now the time is right. Okay. JJ says that middle thing is a background JJ made for Tep to help teach him how to surge script, which is to say, working within the open surge engine. Is it in my interest to just go down here? I think it takes you out of the level, right? Now, Eblo says, this reminds you. And by the way, this Spring Yard is Bam Kuzam's Sonic Jam. Well, have you ever seen 8-Bit Music Theory's Sonic video? Because it has some interesting music theory options. It's more about the technical makeup of the composite, the chords, the melody, but it's not that. It's an early, good Sonic music theory video. Oh, I just lost my opening rings. But yeah, as far as Eblo saying, hey, that reminds me, Sonic 2 HD is not complete, right? Now, my understanding is that was officially abandoned. Forever shall we lament. Because I've seen the way that Sonic 2 HD looks. It's really cool, man. And I when I look at Origins and what Origins was supposed to be, and where it misses the mark as far as, making an updated, perfected version. Damn it, dude. Why did I think that I had Insta-Shield-esque safety using the hammer? Clearly that's not the case, Alex Yard. Get it together. Bamkozam loves that fan game Sonic 2 HD. They even had a model of Shadow. But what I was going to say is that Sonic 2 HD, right, when I think about the shortcomings of Origins, I've maybe said this before, but I kind of wish that Sega, instead of trying to make a one-to-one perfectitized version of like Sonic 1 and 2, just make a Sonic 2 HD mode, right? Ideally, it would have the exact same physics, No hitches or catches or bullcrap with the physics and stuff, but the visuals of Sonic 2 HD are pretty stunning. And it's a shame that it's not still in the mix. Is this a safe place to go? Bamquazam confirms that they made, Sonic 2 HD from the ground up. Oh, and by the way, I put the limited run logo on there for JJ's stream because JJ's not going to be developing forever. He recently announced his overall game plan to, finish the major projects that he wants to finish, because come potential parenthood, he's not going to be able to take 2-3 hours to just hop on a developer stream and move pixels around on the scary bird boss, right? So I say this to entice you guys to check out his developer streams, because they're not going to go on forever. You're enjoying the being there bonus, that you're here for living history, another Sonic 2 remake. So yeah, while I may stream forever, JJ's not going to develop Sonic fan games or other games forever, so get it while it's hot, baby. Kyo says that yes, it is indeed very, very hard to make a truly one-to-one remake. Oh god, I almost got myself hurt as a pink hedgehog. Kyo says Alex Yard forever. So Eblo says, alright, so Alex, what you're saying is that Eblo should avoid starting a family so you can maximize your own developer time. Can't have kids take attention away from what's important. Well, I never said that JJ should not do what he's doing. I'm just calling to the attention of you guys the reality that JJ, right, don't take his developer streams for granted, because they're not always going to happen. They're not always going to happen. Witness living history while you can, because JJ has announced that game plan. But yeah, Kyo is pitching Alex Yard forever, which I guess is the eventual manifestation of Alex Yard next. So yeah, shout out to JJ. Keep trucking, keep developing. And I look forward to playing Green Hills Zone in AS2R, another Sonic 2 remake. Alright, after I finish the Spring Yard boss, we'll get the next on-screen bit. Ooh, I see JJ is in a water level. And how many points does he have? Am I seeing 150, 160? What is he doing that I'm not? Avoiding damage, it would seem. Avoiding damage. But I just got that sweet 800-point combo, so I'm coming back, JJ. Maybe I should just go to the next on-screen segment. Sonic 1 is not the longest game, and so I don't think anyone grabbed the song request yet. Which I'm just saying, it's an option, and I say that because, yeah, I think Shinobi 3... Oh, what have I done? I spun dashed. And I'm pissed. Spring yard zone. Give me that swingy rhythm. Get it, swing yard zone. Good night, everyone. Is this even Act 3, man? Yeah, so after the song request, we're going right to the discuss. And actually, I'll say this because I was maybe going to put it in on-screen segment and forgot. We have been talking over on the Discord about the particulars of the super and or hyper abilities for the different characters in the original games. Because that's going to be very relevant for today's Discuss segment. Because today's Discuss segment is going to focus on Amy and what she is or isn't able to do in Sonic Origins when it comes to the Emeralds. Okay, so I've been sorting through... Alright, I should focus on this boss. Robotnik, Ivo. Sam says, can I pay out the wager first? Yes, I will absolutely pay out the wager before the song plays. And of course, neither of our runs of Sonic 1 today can end in a game over because of Origins' coin system. Alright, next on-screen segment. Alright, so let's talk about our Sonic 4 policy. I just figured we should officially ratify the Sonic 4 discussion constitution lest anyone be exposed to, any tidbit of information that they don't want. And, I totally get that and I respect that. So I guess I wanted to, and by the way, just let it be known that Bamquizam simply cannot wait for Sonic Movie 4, saying that Amy and Rosie look so cool. Indeed they do. I think that Amy will be voiced, a lot of people think Kristen Schaal, but I think it will be either Greta Thunberg or JoJo Siwa. Is JoJo Siwa some kind of Nickelodeon content that's after my time? I don't know, man. That could have been a cool combo I got, and I missed it. Interesting. Kyo says, now that you think of it, Sonic 1 only has one zone that is not man-made, because Marble Zone is a bunch of buildings and ancient architecture ruins, I guess. Spring Yard is in a city. This labyrinth does not occur naturally. Right, this is a labyrinth. It's a man-made maze, isn't it? And then Starlight is a city, and then of course Scrap Brain. Yeah, wow. For all of the environmentalist themes, Sonic leaves his element right at the beginning of the game. Conquistadors. Kyo confirms that Springyard and Starlight are indeed cities. Yeah, so I hereby commit that I will not even mention any rumors about Sonic Movie 4 without warning. If I ever really want to do it, I'll give an ample warning. I'll say, look away, cover your ears for the next minute. But I kind of doubt that there will be anything. If I had to guess, I don't think that there's going to be anything in the near future that I would like to mention. Demrupees say, insiders say that Amy Rose will be voiced by Debbie Wasserman Schultz. And where is Debbie Wasserman Schultz when you need her? Because in the Kamala era, the Democratic Party is rudderless, leaderless, and mainly managed by corporate donors. And yes, Lorestream, the spoiler ban for Sonic 3 was canonically lifted once Kyo finally saw the remember Kyo at the movies? So that's pretty epic that Kyo had a canonical impact on, the Sonic Movie 3 spoiler policy. So, since Kyo was the last person in the world to see the movie, now we're free to talk about it. Amy Rose. Hey, thank you so much, Wonder Woman, for this. What did I have? 61 rings just a moment ago. Commemorating how very few rings I have than one JJ Our Hedgehog. Thank you for the bits, Wonder Woman. I will spend all 61 of those triangular bits very well, because I get all the bits. Twitch has already taken its half upon purchase of bits. So when you generously gift them to a creator, as you have just, I get all of it. I get about a penny per bit, I believe. So thank you so much, Wonder Woman. Helping to keep the dream alive here in the new era. of Alex Yard Next, which will not always be called Alex Yard Next, because someday it won't be the next thing. It'll be, a past era. But because it's brand new, it's currently still called Alex Yard Next. Wonder Woman says, even though I have failed Wonder Woman, I deserve some bits, and you're very magnanimous for doing so. I do thank you. So yeah, the committee officially ratifies that Sonic Movie 4 policy. Really no details or right. I infamously showed the what's it called? The picture of Randall, because they made individual character posters for Sonic Movie 3, and to my moderate chagrin, there was a post of Randall, who's of course Rachel's beloved groom and just straight up husband. That's how marriage works. And so you see an individual poster for Randall Handel's character, you get concerned. It's like, he gets any billing whatsoever. Is spring gonna take me above there? Nice. I wanted that. But maybe those 3 rings are just not worth it. How about the next segment? This. Alright, so I came across this, and I didn't click on it, but I thought it was funny. What it really means to be wise, God, and gaming. And there's what I assume is probably an AI-generated picture, where someone typed into a prompt, I want Sonic the Hedgehog reading a book in a Hogwarts library with Jesus in the mix, advising him, guiding him. And look, I'm not going to talk about Jesus per se right now, except that one of the things that you will see occur in this new era, Alex Yard Next, is that if people misuse the word wise or truth, I will not self-censor for politeness' sake. Forget politeness. I think it's rude and disservice if I allow the word truth to be abused in plain sight of hedgehogs like me. So I haven't watched this video. It only has 300 some views. Oh god. Dude, the bubble screwed me over. I think JJ has a pretty good shot of winning the wager. Now, did they... I guess I thought they removed that Orbinaut. And what's funny about this thumbnail is that when I first saw it in my sub box, it didn't quite register. I looked at it, but didn't fully process what I was looking at. So then when I clicked off of the window, then it hit me. I'm like, wait, was that a priest? Like doing something bad to Son? I had to go back. I'm like, what is this priest doing to Son? Oh, okay. He's just kind of looking over his shoulder. Crisis averted. Labyrinth Zone 3. JJ has 181 points, so I'm right on his tail. Bye, Jesus. See you in a different discussion that won't happen today. Yeah, JJ says, putting Sonic in the thumbnail, people will do anything for views. Yeah, and I have to wonder if there's lots of different variations of that video with different characters to, to just bait Mega Man fans into clicks, iCarly fans into clicks. Gaming and Jesus, and then you see a DS with iCarly's game on it. I've been meaning to look up some more recent speed runs, because there's a video by one of those channels that chronicles, and those videos can sometimes be very, I don't know if depressing is the word, but, I remember getting depressed watching the iCarly video that was chronicling the history of iCarly DS speedrunning, and it just depressed me that there would be, I guess, I don't want it to sound judgmental, but the fact that it's not even that people would spend time, it's weird, maybe this exposes some kind of double standard in me, but I'm not so much bothered by the speedrunning scene around iCarly DS, but somehow the content, spending all that time to make well-produced content, chronicling all the different, developments and game-changing discoveries that have helped evolve the iCarly DS speedrunning scene, I don't know. I don't have a fair point to make. Well, my prediction is coming true, because the third Bruno just said that he is here now. Although my prediction was not 100% accurate, because the classic quote that I remembered was, "I'm here now for real." Hey, what's up, Shadow Ops? Welcome to Alex Yard Next. Anything goes. But it's not all that different from Alex Yard to date. Third Bruno subverted my subversions. What a subversion. Tonic minor second, grab a quick gulp of air. There's air above this, right? Oh, I didn't know those rings were in there. That's epic. So you hit that red spring. Maybe that's how JJ's partly I know I have to keep taking hits and losing all my damn rings, and that's everything, but maybe JJ hasn't the absurd amount of points that he does because he knows where all those treasure troves of rings is. And I'm pissed. Ghost of Burb's back for a few minutes. Welcome back, Ghost of Burb. You missed... I forget. Some instruction manual lore. Oh boy. There I go. More rings. Gone. I think I need to decompress my sadness of losing those rings with another on-screen segment. Alright, so here's a video, pretty sure that this is a video about Amy that JJ brought to my attention, and I think, first of all, the thumbnail is so goddamn funny because this is about Ian Flynn misunderstanding Amy's whole deal, and you see the thumbnail is Amy pushing back Ian Flynn's face, much like was done in the now controversial Sonic Generations cutscene, where I believe in the original was pushing back Amy in the original, but in this one, instead of shoving her face away, she's just, holding cupcakes or whatever. Certainly don't want to miss that badnut combo. Especially since JJ would have gotten it easily. So I have to make sure I get it to accomplish parity. I wonder if parity means the same thing as equality. Because for a while I thought equity was just another buzzword for equality, but it's not. The Earthblade situation taught me that in real time. Shadow Ops has this to say. Racing. Well, it's not racing, but it is a points competition. But now I need to race Eggy Egg up this silo of doom. Quick tap jumps make all the difference. Why do I feel like I'm getting up this way faster than I typically do? I'm just doing very sensible tap jumps. And then, well, finally the water catches up, and I'm right at the end. So yeah, I listened to some of that video. It was pretty interesting. The one thing that really rubbed me the wrong way is that this person who made this video has, in this video and in the past, made very fair responses and, justified constructive criticisms of Ian Flynn's writing when it comes to Amy or whatever else. But then you have another Sonic comicist, Daniel Barnes, retweeting this person's content and saying, oh, look, it's another YouTube grifter trying to generate controversy and sensation when it's all about a lot of... And you know how I get. When people attack your character to chase you away from a topic, now you're asking for it. You're asking for further hard-hitting reporting. Because, no T-Lopes, it's not indecent for people to criticize the Sonic Superstars opening animation. Remember when the Sonic Superstars animation debuted and there was some pushback because some of the animation quality was weak sauce? Like those complicated scenes where there were it's like the cobbler and the thief. Wicked ambitious animation because the angle is gradually changing. So you're continually updating the character model to reflect the perspective. It's not easy. It's not easy. And T-Lopes was very upset that anyone so much as mentions or constructively criticizes the bad animation. But actually, I probably shouldn't go on a T-Lopes falafel discussion. Instead, I will celebrate Sam's celebratory declaration that today is Wackadude's birthday. And if he was here every now and again, I could congratulate him on surviving another year. Amy has passed. Act 1. How do you know that, Serious Sam? Did you get a notification on Discord Nitro or something? Sam confirms. From his server. So Wackadude has his own canonical Wackadude City server? Is that for his oh yeah, was he among a group of persons that asked us to hey, join my server? So if Wackadude has a server, what is it? Is he a content creator? I can't even remember. Wackadude. Sam is even a moderator over at Wackadude City. Shadow Ops says he got lazy. Who got lazy? T-Lopesy, the song chef? Song chef. Visionary. Dad. I want all these rooms. I got them. Does this have the glitch where you actually get sent up higher, standing in the middle? Who cares at this point? A trove of rings. Well, this is what? Starlight Act 3? So I should do the next segment now. Alright, Sonic Community Trivia. Who is this? This is not just a random person. This is someone you all know in some form. But you have to figure out who it is. I mean, maybe you've already seen this picture elsewhere. But the Sonic trivia of the moment is, who is that? Who are we looking at? It might be someone more familiar than you initially recognize, but we shall see. Shadow Ops says that game was a botched attempt. Not as bad as Sonic 4, but it was still lacking the inspiration of the classics. You can say that again. Alright, the fan doesn't want to let me up. You know how fans work in Sonic games. They'll bring you to a stop. No one recognizes this, epic portrait, huh? I'll give it another minute, see if anyone has an aha moment. Where's Vector? He might know. He's a pretty big Sonic fan. Wow, a coin. So uninspiring. God, there I go. Alright, I'll give you a hint. It's someone from Sega of Japan. Let's say that. That is someone that you absolutely have heard of. Who works at Sega of Japan. Alright, Vector is in fact not familiar with this face. I might have to reveal it soon then. Shadow Ops thinks it looks like a singer or a voice actor. I will say, I'll give a hint at least that it's not a singer or a voice actor. But it is someone who works at Sega. And when you hear it, you'll be like, oh, yep. Oh, yeah. Yep. Clear as day. Bamquazam guesses Yuji Naka. Well, Yuji doesn't work at Sega no more. So yeah, this is a current Sega employee. I'll give it another 30 seconds, and then the reveal of a generation afternoon. Oh God. Did those bombs explode? Did they, like, re-trigger? Vector has a guess, but is gonna hold. What a cop-out. After the fact, you can just say, yup, I guessed it right. I just didn't tell you. Come on. Put some skin in the game. Say your guess. Or at least I'm curious why you would be inclined to withhold it until the reveal, like that game show Church Challenge, where they ask you a trivia question and then tell you the answer. And after telling the answer, they say, so did you know that answer? And you just say, yes, it's the honor system. Or, no, I didn't know that one. Sam, thanks for the heads up about the Alex bonus microphone. Probably not an issue. But still, it's good to know. You don't want to be on a hot mic without knowing. And the reason it doesn't matter is because I'm on a hot mic here. It's not even a hot mic, it's just the regular mic. Kyo is guessing Hataya. Vector says, you don't know if this person still works at Sega? Well, I can tell you this person still, right? This is not just an impulse hire. Ghost of Burb said that happened during a show once. What, you were doing a live concert and you got caught on hot mic criticizing Sonic Superstars? And so you never heard the end of it from T-Lopes? Alright, after I beat this boss, I will reveal the reveal. It was not Ghost of Burbs, Mike. So what, did you hear the lead singer of... that band that your vocals are featured in? Alright, it's time to reveal. You guys seriously didn't get it? It's Tomoya Ohtani. Are you kidding me? It's so obvious. Tomoya Ohtani, composer of music in Sonic Heroes and what else? Sonic 06, Sonic Frontiers, right? This is a career Sega composer. Live and in living color. JJ was gonna guess that. The classic Vector move. Oh yeah, that was totally what I was thinking. I just didn't want to say. I'm just kidding, Vector. It's keeping us honest. But yeah, it's a shout out to Ohtani. I really loved Sonic Frontiers soundtrack. Now the fact is, I actually don't know, like, the context for this, because it was tweeted in Japanese, and when I translated it, it just didn't give any context. It was just more like, oh, look how great I look, or this, or something like that. JJ was looking at the picture, thinking in his head, is that Ohtani? And it was. Follow your instinct. Guess guesses. Because your intuitions are accurate more frequently than the average. You know, if you could read that whole book it's a good book by Malcolm Gladwell called Blink, and it's all about how your intuitions are very good at figuring things out. Sometimes in spite of or at odds with your conscious self. Your deeper intuition figures these things out, but your conscious mind overanalyzes it and ends up drawing a different conclusion. But sometimes you gotta follow your gut and just say, hi, Ohtani. How you doing? Vector honestly thought the person in the image was a woman. You feel like you've offended people somehow by admitting that? I don't think that it should be... And I appreciate you saying that, but I don't think that you should apologize or worry that if you've offended someone... Yeah, Ghost of Burbed said very kawaii. Vector says, is this cross-dress or cosplay of some kind? Now, cross-dress, I'm actually not even sure if that's an offensive term these days. But when I saw this picture, I sat there wondering, what is the intended reaction of this? Ohtani posts this, right? What and why? And I mean, on one level, I'm inclined to say that anyone is fully at liberty to dress however they'd like on any day at all, right? There's part of me that wants to just give a blanket understanding of that, but at the same time, thinking about our specific point in time, 2025, I look at this and I'm saying, all right, is this actually trying to communicate something specific? And I don't mean something specific necessarily about a sexual identity, right? But that, right, without going on too big of a tangent, right? It goes without saying that when you see something like this, you're wondering, is this a personal expression? Is this a cosplay? Is this tied to a specific date and time? I don't even know. Alright, yeah, Vector's guess before was Mariko Nanba. JJ was thinking, of course a composer this incredible looks like this. He's composing his own dream. Sorry, which dream? By the way, congrats on beating the game with a whole lot more points than I have. Vector confirms Mariko Nanba of Knuckles Chaotix fame is indeed a woman. And I don't remember if Junko Shiratsu is. I don't remember. I think I assumed Junko Shiratsu was a woman, but now I'm not sure. Polar Wildcat confirms JJ's final score of 228k. Well, JJ, unless I find one of those crazy bonus stages that gives you a crazy points multiplier like the pinball in Sonic Frontiers, I think you're slated for a victory, my man. JJ doesn't know, you just get dreamy vibes from this photo. Dreamy as in like, oh, the Backstreet Boys are so dreamy. Or dreamy like literal, a dream. A narrative that you experience as reality when you're asleep, but you think it's real at the time. Much like my buddy that played Half-Life Alyx, after smoking legal marijuana, he kept thinking that the Half-Life Alyx realm that he was in was reality, and he continually, again and again, had to snap himself up. No, I forgot I was in VR. I'm not actually in this room. I'm not actually Gordon Freeman, although you play as Alex in that. I'm not Gordon. I got through the level. Alright, JJ says that's the intent of the photo, to look dreamy. I associate dreamy with, teenage heartthrobs. All the teenagers are, infatuated with Brian from the Backstreet Boys. I guess dreamy, as I've stopped and think about it, I guess I thought the word dreamy would only apply to a man. Like, oh, he's dreaming. I guess I can just picture people describing Backstreet Boys that way, but not so much Britney. Or Hillary Duff, or whoever. Oh, she's really dreaming. I don't know, maybe it is, and I'm overthinking it. Dude, Sam is so ready for Half-Life 3. Are there any other additional rumor tidbits beyond that voice actor who has a previous history of telegraphing legit things on the horizon? Did Gabe Newell come out of his groundhog hole to make a declaration that he knew about the Switch 2? Serious Sam 64 has not a slight idea. I just took damage, but here's the final boss. Now, if you listen closely, you will find Duran Duran in here. Okay, Ghost of Burb says that's IG. IG is the dreamy uwu. Maybe someone can translate that. What does that mean? IG is the dreamy uwu. Uwu, I think I saw uwu as an expression in South Korea. I think I would be able to write uwu in the Korean alphabet, because I do remember some of the Korean alphabet. The Korean alphabet is very easy and intuitive to learn. Very unlike the English alphabet and spelling and letters, which is one of the many reasons why the American education system is so bad compared to other countries. I mean, look how bad the education is. I died on the easy final boss. T. Lopes moved from Portugal to America at age 16. And when he started attending school in America at like 16, he's like, well, hold on. This stuff that they're teaching me in middle school or high school or whatever it was, I did this when I was 5 in Portugal. So he dunked on the American education system but it was a fair dunk. The American education, it's not number one in the world. So for all those army holics to say, America's the greatest country in the world, so we gotta go defend George Bush and go to the Middle East. Yeah, we're not number one in education or healthcare. And those are like two of the most important things. So my point in all this is that Ghost Burb says that Al-Aiji is the guitarist from LMC. Okay, so LMC, if I recall, LMC is a musical artist that Ghost Burb enjoys. And because Ghost Burb had the ultimate being there bonus, Ghost Burb's vocals appear in a song by LMC, because it was a thing where fans could sing along to a recording and have their voice included in the song. So Ghost Burb is famous and is going to do a limited amount of autographs. And still, no one got the song request, I think. Nice. Ghost Burb has pictures with the recording artist, and you love them more than anyone else on the planet. That's what I call fandom. Sam congratulates Ghosty on the music video. I beat the game. JJ won though. What did I need to hit? We are going to see the final falafel. Oh, I missed part of it. Such a great pose. Oh my god. Yeah, Kyo's ready for an auction, and that may very well be what happens very soon. But let's pay out that there wager. So, JJ took the prize. So, Kyo's 100-point gambit worked like a charm. And so mainly the points that are being diverted to Kyo, and let's see who else. Who else placed a sizable bet? Eblo bet 17k, and then a couple of 2ks. Interesting. I see MGL Pro bet 0 points. How can that be? 0 points? What? So yeah, it's mostly Wonder Woman's 8,000. So you can tell JJ to thank Wonder Woman next time they hang out. So let's pay out the JJ success outcome. I'm clicking JJ, complete prediction. That's 100% correct. And it's not wrong. I don't want to click the wrong button, you guys. This faster version of Scrap Brain, I forgot about this. Alright, let's start the bidding at 5,000. Who wants a song request for 5,000 points? As Ghost Burb is taken off, I'll talk to you later, Ghost Burb. So do I have 5k for a song request? Vector's pushing it to 6,000. Do you know who these two people are? Well, the text is gone, but... Yeah, Papa? Did that say Papa? No, it's Sega. Wow, Sam is a big-time innovator, actually betting a lower bid. That was a touche, Sam. So bidding is at 2.7k. I'm just kidding. It's at, of course, 8k for Vector Sater. Emeralds, emeralds. At least in that emeralds. Oh, look. Does this have a bogus amount of frames per second? Was this scene kind of cooked up by Ian Flynn? Telling Tyson Heads? Alright, I want the emeralds to fly over the water. So pretty, the Chaos Emerald, says Bam Quazam. Alright, Kyo's pushing it to 10k. Do we have an 11k? All right, Vector's out. So it's going to be Keo unless anyone else steps up with an 11K bet. So Keo, you can now... Well, I don't want to tell you to start getting your request ready, but perhaps you're at least thinking about it in your mind. Excuse me. Yeah, so Shinobi is canceled, but we're going to do the song request and then the discuss segment. So to kill some time, a rare hiccup, says JJ. Do I not hiccup a lot on the air? I guess I don't hiccup much. I feel like I did a lot more like in my youth. Keo says, poor Joe. What are you watching, Joe Biden on TV having a hiccup fit? I saw Knuckles flying by. Alright, so I'm just going to step away for a moment here. But when I get back, if I get back and there's no other bet, then Keo will have it at 10K. Third Bruno remembers that one time in middle school you once hiccuped in choir and everyone just stopped. Well, it seems to me like you were the lone professional and all those amateurs surrounding you in the choir booth never heard the age-old expression, the show must go on. You don't just up and stop in the middle. You plow ahead. Keo says Joe Mashashi. Is that the football manager's name? Joe Mashashi? Alright, so going once, going twice. So, Keo, you should actually just go ahead and send it. Yeah, I'll be right back. Alright, it's Keo's. Okay, so Shadow Ops has the trivia. Yeah, JJ says John Shinobi, Joe Mashashi. Shadow Ops knew it, lead character from Shinobi. Well done, Shadow Ops and JJ. Yeah, John Shinobi, is that basically, was it JJ that someone made I can't remember what the joke was. It was a joke about the fact that the Halo guy's first name is John. And someone came up with a name like John, and I remember dying laughing, but I can't remember what it was. It was probably either JJ or Keo, but I can't remember. Luckily, Third Bruno's hiccup incident wasn't an actual church service or event, to say nothing of a canonical mass. But the fact that Third Bruno stopped everyone in their tracks accidentally was hilarious indeed. Yeah, JJ says John Halo, John Dark Soul. Maybe it was Eblo. I can't remember though. We're Sonic Origins. We're Sonic Heroes. Alright, let's hop over to the Angel Island Bay. Alex Yard. Meadow. Serious Sam 64 says the Serious Sam voice actor is John K. Dick. Is he related to Philip K. Dick? All right, I see Keo's request. And right after I put the song on, I will change the channel mart price so you can scoop up your request. Keo is throwing down the challenge that if anyone gets this, you'll get a canonical kudo. You know, kudos from Keo. A Keo kudos. Are these the vocals we're going to hear for the next 15 minutes? This is it, right? Hey there, Dr. Robotnik with the Geek Critique Eggman image. What's up? Pull up a long play here. Vector wonders what was the game last weekend. Was that when we did the Ghosted Bird one with that 3D party game, or was that 2 days ago? JJ wonders if this is in Japanese. And Keo says, indeed it is. Today's gameplay footage is from the very appropriately named Long and Play. We've got guesses for Elite Beat Agents. You know, I kind of want to reveal the gameplay without saying what it is. Is that cool? I'll do that unless Keo very soon says, no, don't reveal it. It's not going to reveal the title, though. Alright, Keo says it's a fighting game, so I think I just want to show it. Vector says, wait. I'll hold on. Shadow Ops has made progress on fixing his car. JJ guesses King of Fights 98. Serious Sam was Street Fighter. Third Bruno would guess a Yakuza game. But it's not like they had much variety in the karaoke tregs. Yeah, so Dr. Robotnik says, I'm lost. What's going on? So what we're doing, Dr. Robotnik, we do this once per stream. Somebody in the viewing audience requests a song from any video game, and we see if anyone can name the game. The little trivia is, what game is this from? All right, nice. Vector got it. Well done. Power Instinct Matra Melee, which by the sounds of it, it sounds like it's a sequel to Power Instinct where there's like team mechanics where you're married, matrimony, Matra Melee. At first thought, I thought it was a Guacamelee spin-off CU game, but alright, let's get the gameplay footage here. Here we go. Dr. Robotnik says, is there a server? What do you mean by server? Like an Alex Yard Zone server? Because we do have that. It's available to patrons at all levels. But it is a patron perk. Alright, Keo says... What is it? Autoplay to a different version? Yeah. I'll remember to loop it this time. There we go. Kind of looks like Mugen, but with fewer characters. And yes, Dr. Robotnik over on YouTube. Yeah, so the Discord server for the Alex Yard Zone is patron only. Vector's thought process was, okay, it's a Neo Geo fighting game with weird music. Yeah, it's probably Power Instinct. Sam says hello to Dr. Robotnik. Hey, it's the band from Mario Odyssey. I like how few frames the drummer has. Audience has glow sticks. Vector says, if the old SNK heard Alex say that, it'd be rolling in its grave. Shadow Op says, it's like KOF. KOF. Kings of Freon? Kings of Leon? Yeah, I don't know what KOF and AOF stand for, but I do know what Keo just said, Metal Slug. So Metal Slug is a selling point of the Neo Geo console. I guess Neo Geo, I always think of Neo Geo Pocket, and I don't know as much about vanilla Neo Geo. Is that like on a TV? So Dr. Robotnik. So song requests don't come from Discord. They come from stream viewers. Technically, the way to get a song request is to redeem channel points. And you get channel points for watching the stream. You get even more channel points for chatting. And then you certainly get channel points if you win a wager. You know, will Alex get 200,000 points today? If you guess right, you could win big. Vector says King of Fighters. Wow, JJ says, didn't the Metal Slug sprite artists make the Sonic Advance sprite art? And Vector says, yeah. 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon Advance. JJ wonders, are there any more cool Dimps platformers that ought to be experienced? Yeah, Third Bruno says chatting influences, channel points. You never knew that. I'm more than half sure. I could be wrong, but I really honestly thought that there's a mechanism that sees how long. And yeah, I'm sorry, Dr. Robotnik, that that explanation was a little bit confusing. There's probably no intuitive way I can describe it quickly right now. But if you join us on Twitch, it will become a lot more obvious. Wow, Serious Sam says that the Alex Jones video game is a Metal Slug clone, but does it have a T-Lope soundtrack? Vector has the lineup: Metal Slug, Ikari, Psycho Soldiers, Neo Turf Masters, Windjammers. Keo likes that there Windjammer. Vector adds Shock Troopers. That guy in bad shape lying on the ground, or is he relaxing? Is this a spa? Sam says, for the life of me, I cannot find the OST of Alex Jones's game. Is it because Alex Jones is very copyright claim trigger happy? He doesn't want other people uploading his music? JJ has never seen any SNKs in the wild other than the Neo Geo Pocket that JJ had in his first YouTube video. That was an event. Keo says he's chilling. Yeah, I've gone to one of those Korean spas, in Greater New York, where there's rooms where you lie down and get hot. Dr. Robotnik hates that hedgehog. He's quite the hedgehog in Dr. Robotnik's eyes. Keo is ready to declare that this is probably the weirdest song you'll ever request. Keo finds it catchy, let it be known. I feel like I've almost learned the lyrics already. Sam says one tune for the whole game. Does it have vocals by Alex Jones? Keo does love Magical Drop. It's his favorite puzzle game. Dr. Robotnik continues the hedgehog bit. JJ played a whole lot of Bubble Bobble, as it was called in your region. And what we call Frosted Flakes? Are they Frosties, is it? Sam is considering a username change on YouTube. I won't say it out loud in case you want to do the bit for Dr. Robotnik over here. Vector says in the US it was originally localized as Bust-A-Move. I remember Bust-A-Move. Is that the game that's like Snood? You shoot the things up and try to get color combos? Yeah, JJ says that I guess the UK got a couple of games under the Bust-A-Move name on the PlayStation 1. Third Bruno says, this doesn't strike Third Bruno as too weird. Third Bruno knows of a song that, in terms of weirdness, may blow this one out of the water. Alright, so the three games are all Puzzle Bobble. I think I get it, but I said something wrong. That much is clear. What's your question, Dr. Robotnik? Alright, Bust a Move gameplay. Does that have those little dinosaurs? Oh, it's got that sound, that Eastern instrument that they use in Freedom Planet. Oh yeah, Dr. Robotnik, I won't give away the surprise, because there might be a surprise for you. Yeah, I won't give away the surprise. Vector says that Bubble Bobble is the name of the main series of platformers starring those cute dinosaurs. Wow, so the Bust a Move dinos are actually like a spin-off from just a regular platforming game where you play as those dinos? Yeah, Kyo says the song for this stage is amusing. It's about how wonderful the internet is. This level we're seeing. Kyo says, please tell me you guys know what Bubble Bobble is. Well, I just know what Vector said. Is that the dino platformer? Wow, that was Kyo's favorite game as a kid. And did that motivate you to check out, Bust a Move? JJ wonders if Bubble Bobble is called Rainbow Islands in the UK. Oh, Sonic has appeared in chat over on YouTube. This is where things get interesting. Robotnik reacts to Sonic's presence. Vector says, it's really quite straightforward. Rainbow Islands is Bubble Bobble 2. Which I knew that, but JJ needed it explained to him. I'm just kidding, I don't know the first thing about this. Shadow Ops is enjoying the entertainment value. And we are going to do the discussion segment in a little bit, but other discussion segments in the cards for later are Reggie Fils-Aimé is overrated, is Stardust Speedway plagiarized, and Sonic Frontiers Pinball. You are the problem. Oh, each one of those is going to be fun as pie. Kyo says, final boss, wedding time. It's only natural, this is Matra Melee. Show me your stuff, Beefcake. Is that one of those dreamy words that's usually used by women to describe men and not the other way around? Where's E.B. Boy? Not that that had anything to do with E.B. Boy, I just thought of him. Alright, Vector has an important clarification. Rainbow Islands is a spin-off of Bubble Bobble, where you play as the dinos in their human form. Bam Quazam thought he saw a different word. Third Bruno invites us to imagine a world where you have a Dark Souls pinball with boards interconnected like the game's world. That I would rent that for $5, but the rental period would have to last at least a week. Look at that banner in the back. A winner is whom? Is that a reference to something? Sonic has got the Cookie Monster emote over on YouTube. And is that a Sonic Unleashed profile pic now? Hey, what's up, EB? EB has been summoned. What is my wish? No wish yet, but... hi, EB. Kyo has Rainbow Islands for the Master System. So EU retained the Rainbow Island IP name domain registration. You're in the EU and you type in rainbowislands.com, you're gonna get what you're gonna get. Kyo says that the music for this final fight is a rock version of the Wedding March. How does that wedding song go? No, it's... that one, right? That's the one you get married to? No, you just got married. Is there a pre-Seal the Deal song that I'm forgetting? Yeah. Oh, look, it's the Geico Gecko. You guys see, that was quick. Blink and you miss it. I'm not rewinding. It's that epic. Evlo says there is a pre-wedding song. Oh, Here Comes the Bride. Yeah. So maybe that's the one Kyo was talking about? Yeah, here comes the bride, all dressed in white. This marriage will last forever. That is the plan. So, hilariously, a known hater, I'm pretty sure it's a known hater of mine, commented on the Earthblade video and said, "Stay together for the kids. Actually, modern advice says don't do that anymore." And what I responded to that, I said my piece. Sounds to me like you are a member of the modern audience. Devin Reeves is entertained by that, dude. This is gonna be fun. See you later, Dr. Robotnik. Committed to the bit. Sonic is sorry, though. Bam Quazam has a hater, too. Modern audiences. It's great to hear Nerdrotic Gary, even reference that modern audience bit. Eblo says, don't tell, but it's you. You're the one wanting Alex Yard to follow modern advice, where you have to get out of a toxic relationship, no matter how much it hurts the kids. And look, I know it's a nuanced issue, but I maintain that stay together for the kids can work as long as it's not like an abusive relationship. Abuse is one thing, but if you're just on each other's nerves and can't barely look at each other anymore, yeah, maybe power through until the kid gets the diploma. Bam Quazam has a channel with viewership numbers. Eblo says, life hack. Never get a diploma, so your parents stay together forever. Yes, and I thought I had a way to expand on that bit, but never mind. It was non-intended. It's a good bit, though. Sonic is really apologetic to Dr. Robot. Oh, now I get it. Dr. Robot Nick, like the name Nick. N-I-C-K. Clever. Alright. Let me... all Playmore staff? What was that? They outsourced the QA to Playmore? Alright. I'm gonna come back in like a minute to do the discuss segment. And I appreciate EB's follow-up recon when I was asking on the Discord about when it comes to Tails, how and when can he go super? And we'll talk about that in a bit. So I'll be right back. Vector says Playmore is the successor to SNK, eventually becoming SNK Playmore, and nowadays just SNK. Eblo guesses that they played less. I'm not going to make a habit of this. It's just I was so starving and I knew I would be giving bad commentary if I was totally empty. So I only have one piece left to eat. It's Hawaiian chicken. It's not bad. It's got that Hawaii-y kind of pineapple touch to it. Hey, it's the drummer again. Guess who's back? What EB's back. So yeah, just to recap, in Sonic Origins, Tails gets the 7 emeralds. EB pointed out that Although you don't get a notification that says now you can be you can transform into, I guess we'll just call it Super Tails. Then when you get the 14 emeralds total with the Super Emeralds, then you get the notification. Now Tails can be Super Tails. It's called Super Tails, but it does have the upgrade of the birds. And if I got that wrong, please do tell me, because it's important to what we're talking about today. And the gameplay, I'm excited to see the gameplay. The gameplay is going to be a playthrough of Sonic 3 with Amy. Having somehow, I guess you have a clear file that you cleared it, you can level select. Starting at Angel Island, you got Super Amy right off the bat. Yeah, Eblo says that's right. You remember being confused when playing Origins? Yes, so we should talk about this. What I was just saying applies to Origins, so I guess the question becomes, how does it work in the... I guess I would have thought in OG Sonic 3 and Knuckles, I guess if you had asked me, I would have thought it's the same thing. So, if it's different in S3K original game, do tell. Okay, so as EB and Eblo are saying, in the OG, playing as Tails, you get 7 emeralds, there's no transformation. And then, once he gets the 7 supers, then he gets the full, all the ability, which is to say the birds. He gets the full birds mode. So now, correct me if I'm wrong, currently for Amy, right, after the plus and patch, currently, Amy works basically like Tails does. You get the 7 emeralds, you can go super, and then is it, when you get the super, when you have all 14, then Amy has, like, unlimited hammers that she can throw? Are the hammers unique to the 14 emerald abilities? And I'm choosing my words carefully. It's so incredibly confusing that the super emeralds, I won't even say it. It's not worth it. All I need to know is what Eblo confirmed, that I was correct about how Amy's system works. Now that it's... And I think the only thing that changed with... What's it called? I believe that... Now I'm confused. Alright. What I'm confused about is nothing that everything we just talked about is all solid. But the one thing so I know that when Sonic Origins first came out, when you got all the 14 emeralds with Tails, it actually did say Hyper Tails. And then the game apologist was concerned that, well, why does Tails get to be Hyper, but Amy doesn't get the Hyper word? It's just Super. But that has since been updated. So... Oh, it was because Plus came out, game apologists saw that Amy was not Hyper, only Super. And then he was like, hey, Tails gets Hyper. Little did he know, by that point in time, they had patched the game, so then Tails is consistent with Amy. Eblo says the non-male Hedgehog super transformations are such a mess in this series. And I want to make sure... Alright, cool. EB confirms that the research we did aligns with all of that. Thank you. What was I going to say? Good. Gerald Robotnik. Did I write this down? So, alright, Sam's taken off, and I think Vector as well. See you later, guys. So, we'll talk about this more, and I'm gonna have this final bite and we'll start. But, as far as justifying the male hedgehogs rule, well, you can tie that back to the mural at Hidden Palace. That mural with the super form and a hedgehog, that was a particular, historical event that was depicted in the mural, and so that mural is specifically a male hedgehog, and because Gerald Robotnik looked closely at the mural at Hidden Palace, observed the phenotype and reverse engineered the genotype. So that would make sense why the Emerald powers are only set up to canonically... Well, but that's just hyperform, isn't it? Eblo says, how do you explain Silver? Well, he's a hedgehog, right? What would make Silver different from that? Wow, JJ says Blaze the Cat also has an exclusive super form. Wow. And then I heard that Ian Flynn snuck in some kind of reference in a prequel something, supplementary material, about Knuckles going super, but I saw game apologists pour cold water on that. They're saying, like, yeah, Ian snuck that in, but it's not really indicative of canon. So, I'm gonna move this to the other room, we're gonna stop. But my last follow-up question is Izuka's rule that only male hedgehogs can go hyper, or just to go super? JJ says Sonic 06 kinda implies in its crazy retcon that they all need Sonic to go super. What do you mean they need Sonic? Alright, yeah, Eblo Chronicles. Izuka said basically only male hedgehogs can go super. Okay, but it was already contradicted by Sonic 3 and Knuckles before he said that, because Tails and Knuckles can. Yeah. Vector says, as far as he knows, maybe Silver, intuitively knows how to do it. Interesting. So JJ says that Sonic was dead at the end of 06, and they needed him to be alive, otherwise the super forms wouldn't work. Shadow Op says, Hyper Knuckles was inaccurate in Archie the comic, but that might have stemmed from incomplete data gathered from the game. Alright, I'm gonna put this to the other room and grab my water, and then we'll say ready, set, go. So, thank you once and again for today's song request, Keo. Awesome that you got to scoop it up. For such a discounted price. EB says that's kind of why you couldn't get behind the Sonic 1 isn't the first game, because the evidence was all over the place. Well, I'll just quickly say this. For Sonic 1, just so I understand exactly what you're speaking to, sorry. So Sonic 1, we were even talking about it earlier in today's stream. I can't remember if EB, or I don't know if EB was there, but Sonic 1 is not Sonic's first adventure, and it's not Sonic's first time dealing with Robotnik. But even if that's the case, you could make the claim consistent with that Sonic 1 is the first adventure that we see in the games. It's just understood that Sonic has gone on adventures off-screen prior to Sonic 1. And it could be that Sonic 1 is the first time Sonic got all the emeralds. But all right. So, now I get to bring in the very timely gameplay footage. Yeah, Eblo says Sega made the bold choice to skip the origin story and start us at full swing. I wish that more companies would do that. Just hit the ground running. But then you would expect them to eventually make a game that serves as a prequel, right? It's such an obvious thing to do. And I gotta say, it's kind of cool and interesting in a way that I can't pretend that I fully understand, but the idea that Sega, they have, right, how many years have passed, they clearly are making a choice not to really explain Sonic's origins, right? They've never, side media aside, they've never, like Sonic's father, right? The closest you get is what? Longclaw? And that's just an owl advisor. Yeah, EB said the evidence, the person who created that theory wasn't consistent. Now, was that the Sonic CD takes place first theory, or... Sorry, I'm probably getting mixed up, but let's plow ahead. And so I'm going to get to pull up this great footage. And dude, talk about Theater of the Mind. Theater of the Mind, there's nothing like it. Theater of the Mind includes the way that in the last stream, I prefaced JJ's comment by saying, yeah, I'm here in the studio and I have a studio audience on the other side of the plexiglass. They can hear me, but I can read their chats. Another theater of the mind was that people thought that the Sonic Advance 2 gameplay at Music Plant was me. It was not me, but the idea that they reacted to it under the impression that it was mine, I don't know, it's just an interesting psychological phenomenon. I didn't set out to deceive anyone at all. All right. I put this video in my watch later. It's Amy going super like a mad woman. And there it is. From your community hero, Dark Lord Chaos. All right. Now, I'm not going to be playing any clips of the Game Apologist video because it's just not necessary. All the things that he says that I'm responding to are straightforward enough that A, there's no pressing need to show you the actual audio, but secondly, it's also to make it a little less confrontational, I guess you could say. Like with the Adam Neely thing, I was intentionally putting the pressure on Adam to be like, listen to what this guy said, right? But there's no there's no direct need to do it here, so I won't. All right, so here's this footage. Get it in 1080 pixels. And I'll move it to this window. All right, and you guys can't hear any music now, right? I turned off the music. Yeah, good. All right, so let's bring in the gameplay. Right. There we go. And then just update. Oh, I got to resize the gameplay. That will be a quick click and drag. Actually, I'll put that like that. Yeah, so I literally just let the gameplay play on screen, and then that takes care of all the footage capturing, so to speak. So I'll just make this that size, so it's less than 720, and that's all right. Okay, so I'll go back to the beginning of the playthrough. Amy on the plane, love it. All right. Whoa, look at Angry Tails. That's epic. I forgot about these wacky animations. All right, I think we're good to go. Hi, everyone. Welcome to another exciting Discuss Symposium. And Vector Sater's sticking around because we ain't done. Yeah, Kia liked those two poses. All right. The first thing you're going to hear me say in this Discuss video is this. Does Sega hate women? The game apologist would perhaps maybe have you... The game apologist would have you think so based on his observations of the way that super and or hyper forms are handled in Sonic Origins. However, today we are going to debunk this claim from a few different angles, starting with identifying what Nick got wrong. And this is totally aside from his opinion, but what factual things did he trip up on that may have in part led to his faulty conclusions? After that, we will touch upon a few different ways that the current configuration of how Amy is handled is most certainly justified by precedence and decency. And finally, I will be issuing Nick the Game Apologist his sentencing, what he will need to do to atone for this situation. And you can't, in the VOD, you can't see me smiling and laughing and like I'm going to cut this thing out. I have a new editing streamlined process for this. It's kind of a smash hit. All right. Yeah, JJ's already starting to laugh when I say I'm sentencing. Yep, I sentenced Maddie Thorson the other day. And, yeah. Keo says, I know you meant Amy alone with that headline, but Sega does have a fair amount of good female leads. Yes, but the game apologist said he asserted that Sega hates women solely because he thought that Tails could go hyper, but not Amy. But we'll get to that. And many of the sentences I just said are going to get cut. I don't have to explain to you guys what's going to get cut. Yeah. JJ says we need a bassy gavel slamming sound effect. Yeah. Judge John Hodgman. All right, so let's dive into it. So the basic premise that led Nick the Gameologist to these conclusions is that in the original game, Sonic 3 and Knuckles, Tails could only go super, no matter how many emeralds he collected. He can't go hyper. Okay, but then Sonic Origins rolls around, and people were amazed to discover on release day Tails could actually go hyper and become Hyper Tails, technically. And I say technically because really what we're talking about in this moment is just literally the word changing. It was only ever called Super Tails in the original game, even with all the birds cycling around him. But Sonic Origins debuts, and now it says Hyper Tails, right? So for the lore-inclined, lore enthusiasts very rightly had a field day with this. It was a big deal. Tails can go hyper now. Which is all well and good, but cut a few months later, and then news breaks that now Amy is going to be added. Actually, it wasn't months later. So a little bit more time passes, and pretty soon it's time for the Origins Plus expansion. And we find out that Amy is going to be in the game, but once the game becomes available to us, people went in, played as Amy, collected all the Super Emeralds, and found the on-screen prompt, the on-screen notification upon collecting that 14th Emerald, in fact, just says now Amy can become Super Amy, not Hyper Amy. So even though Tails was able to get that Hyper status on the day that Sonic Origins first released, Amy goes through all the same things, gets her upgraded abilities with the more hammer throws, and yet she's just Super Amy, not Hyper Amy. Which on the surface would mean that Amy and Tails don't have parity. If they're collecting all the same things, shouldn't they be afforded the same rewards, the same abilities, the same contribution and participation in the group's adventure? JJ wonders, was it a mistake? Right? I'm going to quickly say, well, I'll probably get to it, so I'll hold off on that. But okay, so the main thing to point out right off the bat is that, sure, you could point to the discrepancy, like, how come in Origins Tails can be Hyper Tails but not Amy? What is that, a preoccupation with the male Hedgehog's lore, stipulation, caveat? Well, as a starting point, there's right off the bat a massive twist to this situation that the game apologist overlooked. Because you see, once the game was updated, and it's not only in the Plus expansion, it also was patched in to the version of the game for people that did not make the $10 plunge to get that expansion DLC. The base game was similarly around that time. I think it was the 2.0.0 patch edition. They reverted Tails back to now the text upon collecting the 14th Emerald only says Super Tails, which from that point on became consistent with Amy's outcome, which is that she collects all 14. The text only says Super Amy. So the fact of the matter is, upon the release of Origins, well, now Tails and Amy are on pretty much a level playing field. But the game apologist was so preoccupied with not seeing that hyper designation on Amy. I guess the circle of homies in his community, right? None of them had the field research, intel reconnaissance to figure out that, well, actually, there was never a day where Tails was afforded a hyper designation that Amy was not. And so that makes you think that, well, what was the word hyper doing in there for Tails when the vanilla game came out? And that could very basically be as simple as the Sonic 3 Origins devs over at Headcanon minus CW, they just went ahead and did it. They gave Tails that hyper designation, saying to themselves, well, he got the Super Emerald, so he should be able to go hyper, right? It's a small enough detail that I could imagine that getting kind of snuck past Sonic Team, or it just didn't come up. So even without this very important data point missing, it's still worth, an extended it's still worth a meditation on why Sonic Team goes about this topic the way they do, and what realistic, practical, societal factors could explain the very deliberate and purposeful way that Iizuka and company go about this. But even armed with this misinformation, game apologists on many occasions came out guns blazing, saying to us, I'm sorry, but it's just weirdly sexist. And you look at the exact quote of that to say, I'm sorry, it's just weirdly sexist. Well, Nick, the fact that you're apologizing pretty much indicates that you know that there's something not quite right with this situation, that you are bringing in your emotions to this situation in a way that you need to proactively apologize to your viewers. That's a line I took from The Sopranos. I admit it, Eblo. Well, if you're apologizing, you know that something's not quite right with this situation. So right off the bat, there's a very straightforward reason not to just be handing out the hyperforms like Halloween candies, in that overusing the hyperforms would very much cheapen the experience and the impact of the regular superforms. I say regular, but it's because we need that to be a big deal. We don't want the hyper status to be now cheapening and making the baseline superform feel unremarkable. Like you go to see Sonic Movie 3 on the big silver screen and you see Super Sonic. And it's a big deal. He's in Sonic Movie 2 as well. But imagine how much that epic cinematic event would have been undercut if I'm sitting there in the theater looking at Super Sonic voiced by Ben Schwartz and saying, how can I really get hyped about this if I know that Hyper Amy is waiting at home for me? Keeping Amy out of the hypersphere as itself is perfectly logical because, for one thing, she was not there for the original game. I think it's widely understood that Amy's participation in Sonic Origins Plus is essentially a non-canon, let's have fun type of deal. I think that Iizuka and maybe some of his Sonic Team compatriots are, if you can wrap your head around this, folks out there listening to me, interested in protecting the character of Amy, not eroding her character, not diluting the way that she factors into all of this. I mean, it came from the mouth of Babes himself. Nick, the game apologist, goes, Well, if Amy has all these crazy hammers, if Amy has all these powerful hammer techniques, then how could Metal Sonic have even captured her at Collision Chaos in the original Sonic CD? And it's like, well, game apologist, little do you know, you are actually onto something. Overpowering Amy with all these abilities is going to take away and like retroactively nullify the very basic human hedgehog story in Sonic CD. The damsel is captured, and Sonic's got to get her back. So yeah, it's easy to imagine Iizuka sitting there and yeah, if we just throw around these hyper forms, it will undercut the dramatic energy that happened in Sonic CD. In these criticisms, the game apologist, not only throws around accusations of sexism that are unfounded based on the Origins Plus full patch log. Game apologist further projects these theories to say that, Sega doesn't want to give Amy these equal hyperforms because Sega is embarrassed by the extended cast. And it's like, no way, Brohan Santana. They are not embarrassed by Amy. They want to protect and preserve Amy's relevance within the canon, within the whole story and lore's internal logic. So they are not hiding Amy. They are protecting her, protecting lore. They are making a concrete decision not to cheapen their characters, despite any number of protests and backlash that they continue to get on Twitter. I mean, just listen to Kyo on the other side of the plexiglass. In no way are they embarrassed by their own characters. Yeah, I mean, for a while there, it was like people were complaining about Sonic Heroes having way too many characters. So Nick is sitting in his philosopher's chair as the game apologist and looking at this decision to keep Amy on the sidelines from the hyper events, even though, as of that point in time, Tails was similarly barred from enjoying the hyper form status. Nick says, I just feel like this was management's call. You just feel that? Isn't it wicked obvious? Isn't this Iizuka's very deliberate and purposeful choice? There's no mystery that Nick is solving by, I just feel like deep down this has got to be management. It's like, yeah, no kidding, bro. Management's call is to reject the mob's insistence that Amy should just be given a hyperform like a Halloween candy. Management is actually showing what we call a spine, right? Showing some bravery by holding their line. So for Nick to tell Sega, stop being scared, like that's a fanfic that he's written and it's enjoyable to watch and listen to. Making all these faces that are not going to be in the video because this is mostly audio. But yeah, Kyo can tell you that Sega's not embarrassed by their characters. And if we're still fretting about Amy and Tails and whether they're given their rightful due, well, just remember that even in the original game, Sonic 3 and Knuckles, Tails' playthrough is not canon. And anyone in chat can correct me on that if the case, but Sonic and Knuckles' playthroughs are the only canonical playthroughs. There's Sonic fighting all the Robotnik bosses in each level, and then there's Knuckles' playthrough where now Floating Island has returned to the sky because you can't see the ocean at Angel Island Zone right off the bat. And then Knuckles fights Egg Robo. So right off the bat, you know that Tails' playthrough is not canon because he's just fighting Eggman and all the same bosses in the same order. Realistically, in real life, there would be no practical reason for Eggman to return to his old machine. He would have to rebuild each of his boss machines, including the Carnival Night boss, to name a one. And yes, I can too. Welcome. This is another YouTube video talk. It's not a micro drama. It's just me playfully responding to some statements in the discourse about the situation surrounding Amy. Shadow Ops doesn't believe that Sega really cares about what the game apologist even states. Bacon an accusation like that, if it's been proven false, like him, could be held accountable via slander lawsuit. And look, I'm not... That may be perfectly true, and that's why I'm even a little bit surprised that game apologists would just flat out... And I'm going to cut this from the VOD. But I am surprised, whether it's slander by legal definition, it's a very disparaging thing to say based on pixels like this. And so, yeah, I will just take this occasion to say that none of my intent here is to try to stir anything up like that. This is just, semi-in character. The things that I say, I mean, but I'm leaning into the fun punditry of it. I'm like a Stephen Colbert for video game topics. Stephen Colbert in the golden era. Not on CBS. And yes, as much as I'd like to explain that, I can't too. It'll probably become clear enough, but we can't, because you're jumping in mid-through, it would be inefficient to catch folks up, but that's a perfectly fair thing to ask. Okay. So if Tails playthrough is not canon, even the original game, well, okay, this is Sonic Origins Plus. Who knows if they even had a plan to add in Amy when they first made Origins, or was that just something that was brainstormed and implemented at some point in the year between Vanilla Origins and Origins Plus? So if they're just going to throw Amy in the game for fun and to get some female inclusion, they just put Amy in the game and didn't overthink it. Let's not just hand out the hyper designation, since she wasn't there in the Hidden Palace in 1994 when it actually happened. Wow. Keo says, what puzzles Keo is that Mania lets Tails go super from normal emeralds. Well, in Sonic 3, and I'm very sorry if we already talked about this before and I'm forgetting, but in original Sonic 3 and Knuckles, did we say that Tails can only transform with 14 emeralds? He gets nothing for 7, but the difference in Origins is that he gets a simple form in Origins. All right, Bam Kuzam says Tails goes super. Yeah, so now Bam Kuzam is qualifying that with I believe. So it's totally fine if we don't have that aspect perfectly mapped out. But I can't do wonders if that was the product of the Super Emeralds being cut from Mania. Hold the phone. Sonic Mania was originally envisioned and cut content to have Super Emeralds? Is that... Can I get New York on that? Is that kind of what you're saying? I can't do that. That would be super interesting. Wow, I can't do says there are assets for the Super Emeralds and Hyperforms. So that's fantastic. When you think about the fact that Sega has largely strayed away from implementing or even acknowledging the hyperforms in any other games after the original Sonic 3 and Knuckles, Well, then a deep lore specialist could sit there and figure, okay, maybe that's basically Sega's way of saying that the hyperforms aren't as canonical, which is to say, if Sonic 3 and Knuckles came out as one game as originally intended and was not split in two due to the Happy Meal incident, if all of Sonic 3 and Knuckles was in one cartridge, I guess we'll never know for sure, but would it have only had one set of emeralds and one transformation mechanic? Perhaps the way it shook out was that they wanted Sonic 3 standalone to have its own they wanted Sonic 3 standalone to have its own emerald system, and then once you got to the second half of the game in Sonic and Knuckles, they wanted to raise the stakes a bit, saying, well, what's the point of collecting all these emeralds again just to get the abilities that we had before? So you could reasonably suggest that the hyperforms itself are really just a gameplay conceit that stemmed from the immediate business need to give the player a little bit more, so they didn't feel like they're shelling out $60 collecting all this new set of super emeralds just to get the same form back. I mean, if you ask JJ, he's confidently saying it flat out. The hyperforms are indeed supposed to be a non-canon bonus form as a cause of the game split. So if the hyperform itself is just a non-canon bonus that directly stemmed from the game being split in two per McDonald's, well then yeah, you bet that there's going to be a reason to keep Amy out of that odd limbo zone of non-canonality. And so we can look at Vanilla Origins having Hypertails listed in the text upon collecting all 14, right? It's a plausible possibility to consider that was just the Headcanons team doing. They did it out of wish fulfillment. They did it because maybe they are part of the game apologist mob that has been demanding for such character ability upgrades and title recognition. Kyo is having the wow moment that you don't get any transformation or upgrade as Tails upon collecting the first 7, but you do in Origins. Eblo likes how Hypersonic was proposed for Frontiers and shot down because it would downplay Supersonic. And then the DLC introduces Supersonic 2. Did I forget about a more deluxe Supersonic? Is that how forgettable the Frontiers DLC was for me? Shadow Op says Mania happened after Sonic 3, with Tails being a little bit older and having been exposed to the Super Emeralds. You believe that made him a lot more sensitive to the Chaos Force. That's interesting. But he can go Super. Alright, I can't just check the cutting room floor. Live recon research on demand. I can't confirms that, I assume this is still talking about Mania. There's a graphic for the word hyper and redone Super Emerald graphics for Blue Spheres. And when you think about how many Blue Spheres levels are even in Mania, it becomes even more plausible. Eblo points out you don't even need to go that far with the research because you can see the Super Emeralds in Knuckles' story in a boss fight. The things you learn. Okay. Now, one of the things Izuka has mentioned time and time again is that only male hedgehogs can enjoy these benefits. Hedgehogs with benefits, friends with benefits. Nick concedes that he would be maybe okay with this if this premise was specific to Sonic, Shadow, and Silver. That would be a more tangible, plausible, lore-related thing. But without linking it to those three specific hedgehogs, Nick the Game Apologist is just give her the same title as the boys. Come on. Well, hold on. Game Apologist, have you never heard of Ladies' Night? Are you going to now file a petition to end Ladies' Night, right? Gender inequality is a thing. It's a mechanic at some restaurants. Need I remind you of the age-old tagline, cute couples get in free? That means you need to have a man and a woman involved just to get the free coupon. Does that discriminate against men or women that one needs the other in order to get the courtesy coupon? And I hate to deliver this dose of a reality check, but the Catholic Church has rules about priests, right? As of 2025, if you want to be a priest in the Catholic Church, you better be a man. Because if you're not a man, they will turn you down at the door of the seminary in a bit of the same way that they will do so for Amy and the hyper thing. So the Game Apologist would have you think, although he just didn't check the patch. He just didn't check the patch when. He just didn't check the patch when Origins Plus was granted to us. So I would just say that if the Game Apologist wants to pick such a fight with the way that sex is handled throughout the genders in the Hedgehog content, well, maybe there are some higher stakes settings in which this gender disparity would deserve a bit more attention. Wow, JJ says that in the UK, they used to have a car insurance firm that gave cheaper prices to women, and they are not allowed to exist anymore. Yeah, that's so fascinating. Yeah, Bam Kazam rightly expresses the objection that the cute couples get in free policy discriminates against single people. So if you have all these other precedents, so if you have all these other examples of gender disparities highly ingrained and built in to long-standing traditions, I'm not saying that the long-runningness of a tradition justifies it, just to say that any ounce of this that makes its way into a Sonic Hedgehog game, it's not existing in some kind of vacuum. It's part of a larger societal equation, for better and worse, but there's nothing uniquely outrageous or inappropriate about how gender is handled in Hedgehog content compared to the real world. JJ says, yes, also ugly couples are highly discriminated against in Sonic games. Games that Game Apologist has played. I Can't too wonders if anyone's made the argument that Amy being non-canon in Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Yeah, we did pretty much touch upon that. Alright. Nick doesn't even stop there. I'm not going to use the graphic word that he did. I'm going to use the word rod because I like that euphemism a whole lot better. Nick the Game Apologist says, why is it that only hedgehogs with rods can go... No, sorry. Why is it that only hedgehogs with rods can glow yellow? And then Game Apologist puts forth the very fallacious appeal inquiry. He says, why do genitals make a difference? Whoa, timeout, slowed down, writing you a speeding ticket. So you think that genitals are actually the sole, right? If you have a chart of hedgehogs and you're in a scientific inquiry to say, Look at these hedgehogs and identify which components will or won't allow a hedgehog to go super. Well, Nick Apologist would take his magnifying glass and point only at that little area in between the legs. But sweetheart, there is so much more in the body of what a man is or a woman is outside of that area, but it's baffling, maybe not baffling in this day and age, that you would point specifically at someone's genitals and say, like, that's what makes them a woman. Sugar, when we're talking about the differences between men and women, you need to open up that magnifying glass to the entire bodily structure. We're talking about drastically different amounts of muscle mass, bone density, to say nothing of how the brain is structured differently in a man versus a woman. Have you ever seen one of those TikTok videos that tells you, a man's brain is wired to make him think about sex every X amount of seconds, right? Spoiler alert, when you look at that same stat in women, it's different. Nick Apologist, hormones travel all throughout a human's body, and those hormones are going to be drastically different depending on their genetic blueprint. Bam Kazam's enjoying the show. Only in the zone when if genitals matter, what does that imply about tails only being able to go super with 14 emeralds instead of 7? That, I guess I would quickly say that Tails' participation in super mechanics and even the story of Sonic 3 and Knuckles is non-canon. Secondly, right, canonically, Tails' participation in Sonic 3 is following Sonic on Sonic's playthrough, right? I think it's safe to conclude that Sonic's canonical playthroughs in Sonic 2 and 3 are having Tails follow him. So, if that's the canonical playthrough, then obviously Sonic would collect the emeralds, not Tails. Tails would not have that ability to transform. Eblo says, what does this mean about what happens to Tails and Knuckles for the Metal Overlord fight? I think maybe Kyo or someone alluded to that before. I don't want to open up that can of worms, but do all three homies go super in that part? Because that's making the Game Apologist fielded some inquiry about something in Frontiers possibly indicating that Knuckles could go super, but then Game Apologist poured cold water on that, saying that was just something indirect that Ian Flynn snuck in to like the prequel, whatever, animation. JJ has a question for the 4 people that like Sonic Superstars out there in Sonic Tinseltown. What does Superstars do with Amy? Yeah, I don't know about the super forms. If only AutoYah was here. AutoYah is our resident expert in Sonic, and I mean expert in Sonic Superstars. The differences between men and women that might affect the fact that they can go super or not also comes down to some of the smaller details, like an Adam's apple. Women generally don't have them, and they can serve as an extra line of defense in combat. So I'm not just this guy that's ready to promote women to the front lines because inclusion, but that if Amy's bodily structure is unprepared to cope with the intense, very specific energy forces brought about by the Chaos and Super Emeralds, I just don't want Amy to suddenly, have her muscles rip apart because equality, if she's not built for it, let's save her from that agony. The idea that the super abilities would be closely tied to male hedgehogs makes even more loristic sense when you think about the Hidden Palace mural, right? If I need to catch some of the more casual Sonic fans up on this right now, I will. Quick recap. A good long while ago, Gerald Robotnik went to Angel Island and looked closely at the mural at Hidden Palace Zone. And so everything that he learned that day and, reversed engineered the design of Shadow by looking at the phenotype portrayed on that very important mural that you see above the Knuckles fight in Sonic 3 and Knuckles, used the depiction of that phenotype to reverse engineer the genotype that closely matches Sonic, and as an extension of that would be eligible for emerald powers and transformations. JJ already forgot that Trip changes everything that Blaze already changed. Now, when you go super as Trip, do you turn into that, dragon thing? I totally forgot about that. That there was that I gotta get right. For all of Superstar's problems, one amazing, mind-blowing thing that didn't they, in the moment where Trip takes off her helmet for the face reveal, does she quickly after that transform into a golden dragon like that? That was one of the best parts of the game. Mind-blowing, right after the Trip face reveal. Then she transforms again, and not even just Super Trip, but some kind of crazy, powerful flying dragon? JJ says Trip just turns into a dragon, and that's pretty damn cool. Eblo confirms everyone gets a super form in Superstars. And the new female character turns into a dragon for hers. So that would mean that Tails and Knuckles... Wait, so Tails and Knuckles can go super in Superstars. Maybe that's why it's called Superstars. Good night, everybody! So, Superstars is non-canon. I'm just kidding. Just ask Bam Kazam likes Superstars. Okay. Something that Eblo is gleaning from this entire symposium discussion is that the Chaos Emeralds are the Sonic franchise's symbol for Rod Envy. And as a quick follow-up to the cute couples get in free caveat, cute doesn't necessarily mean beautiful. Shadow Ops' conclusion is that the game apologist made a baseless accusation in a clickbait video, and you will not judge him, but you will not click on his videos. I'm giving game apologist a hard time, but it's all in good fun. I would say that he's not crazy for making his video on the incorrect understanding. If Tails could go hyper but not Amy, I would still disagree with the game apologist, but I would not say he's, really off base. It's fair point to... I would strongly disagree, but it's a fair point to make, and it's not... Personally, I don't think... Look, even if the game was not patched to achieve parity with Amy and Tails, at the very least, I would not have gone so far as to joke around that, Sega hates women. Shadow Ops is enjoying the broadcast as much as I am. All right, we're in the home stretch, guys. So as we wind this down and connecting it to just the larger topic of gender relations here on planet Earth, for Nick Apologist to be baffled by so much of what's going on and what he perceives to be going on in its game, it's like, why are you so completely shocked by this? You could go to any number of restaurants that say, cute couples get in free, ladies' night on Tuesdays, free drinks. I think if the game apologist truly wants to make a case that there needs to be more gender equality in Sonic, well, he should start that conquest by turning around and addressing it in the real world first. I got to get a courtesy water. I'll be right back. Icantu is mostly surprised that anyone put this much thought into the topic. If we could only get inside of the mind of the devs and find out the actual reason. I mean, the reason is just only male hedgehogs can go super. As the reason for that policy, I just think that I can totally empathize with Azuka not wanting to make the super abilities just a power-up that anyone could buy at the corner store. Just, yeah, grab these emeralds and you can be like the most famous, epic, storied, overpowered superhero that with the buildup of all the lore. In Icantu's experience, though, the real answer, as opposed to what the developers would say, is almost always way less interesting than what fans come up with. Eblo's calling it while it's hot. Super Saiyan bargain sale. Come and get your abilities. No gatekeeping. Everyone becomes epic, so no one is. JJ is glad to know that many of Sonic Force's OCs can also go super. Now, you say many. Are some animals not super eligible? I'll be right back, but there's really only a couple more things to touch upon. So basically, the game apologist, if he's having such a motive to speak up on this as if he's the hero that's going to help move gender equality in a better direction, well, I would say, as a starting point, the game apologist should instead, in the short term, focus on real-life struggles of gender equality. Because if we are to just hand out gender equality in the games without earning it in the real world, well, then young girls are going to grow up seeing Amy with complete parity with the boys. She can go super, hyper, all of this stuff. And it's going to give that young, upcoming generation of girls, a fake, mistaken impression that, oh, when I see a girl in a video game go super, that tells me, right? And that is, you are not preparing said young girl for the real world. She's going to be lulled into a false sense of, equality being valued, and then she's going to hit up against a brick wall when she enters the workforce. So, game apologists, please don't set up the next generation of young girls to slam into a brick wall like this. We need to prepare gamers of all ages for the reality of the world that they will inhabit. And so the much higher priority of gender discrimination should first be in the real world. And it's not even only a matter of discrimination. It's all just about, it's as a starting point, just about double standards. I mean, even the most wokest, liberal, social justice sweethearts would still nonetheless subscribe to some, right? There's no other way of putting it, double standards between men and women. I mean, like, let's say I, as a man, go on a date, multiple dates with a lady, and then, after going through a few dates, you start to talk about, how the first few dates went, and this woman discloses that she thinks that the man should pay for the first date and the second and third. Wow. So you just think that it's an expectation that the man ought to keep paying, certainly for the first date, but really he should even kind of keep going past that first date. Furthermore, this same lady would be of the impression that it should always be the guy who asks the girl, to go on another date. One should never expect the female to initiate any of those plans of the sort. Furthermore, as an extension of that, this very same woman who represents modern, liberal, equality-minded ideals would then go so far as to say, yeah, and the first kiss, you as the man, you should initiate that, right? So at every step of the romantic courting process, the man takes the lead, and then the woman, makes a decision to go along with it if it is to her liking. So if in 2025, men and women, but the important point is that a great many women in 2025 still fully subscribe to these double standard expectations that the man should do X, the woman should. Okay, but here's the massive problem. If you are going to defend and continue championing this imbalanced gender dynamic, well then are you going to turn around and go to work and just magically snap your fingers and suddenly everyone's on an equal playing field, right? If you are aggressively demanding that the man take the lead, the man show all the bravery and take all the risk and call the shots, well, why are you baffled that then you wake up the next morning, go to work, and when a woman tries to negotiate a raise, it doesn't go as well? When she tries to speak up in a meeting, she's seen as, speaking out of turn, right? Whether or not she actually is speaking out of turn, perhaps it's the double standard of men and women's behavior that you think is just going to up and disappear the minute you set foot at work, but that's unrealistic. Anyone who wants these across-the-board equality stats for men and women, equality of opportunity, equality of the outcome, I want to know, how much money did you pay for a ticket to go see How much money did you pay for a ticket to go see Ghostbusters 2016? And how did that work out for you? I think that in the 2010s, there was a big movement to just import women, give you the women version of everything. Ocean's 24. It's 2025. How did that work out? Maybe these artificially constructed scenarios that artificially promote women to the positions that were traditionally carried out by men, the men who are expected to show all the bravery, take all the risks, and take all the initiative, maybe those standards that you still want men to adhere to make putting women in the lead of a combat film sometimes a little bit implausible. It's hard to sell the veracity of that. It takes you out of the movie to see Captain Marvel put up her dukes and punch this guy and that guy and knock them out instantly. When the movie's over, we're back at home, and it's right back to the age-old ancient expectations of men do this, women do that. So actually the double standard that the game apologist is tripping himself into is the double standard of wanting boys and girls to have complete equity here in the video game, but he doesn't seem to be concerned about that in the real world. I would say for the game apologist to even have a ground to stand on to file a complaint about Sega, even going so far as to say that they are sexist or hate women, I would say the game apologist should first reach out to the Catholic Church and get them to reconsider their policy about only men can be priests. Sega has made a deliberate choice, ignoring the pressure of the mob, not to promote underqualified women just for the sake of fulfilling a quota, ticking off a box, giving equality and justice for all, regardless of lore or backstory or super emerald mechanics. Because when you promote underqualified women for the sake of a quota, you are actually very badly hurting women. You think you are helping them in the short term because they need the extra leg up, because they're disadvantaged in the workforce at this point in human history, but as well-meaning as that might be as a starting point, it actually damages women's participation in the workforce in the long term, because when you promote underqualified women in this way, well, they're not ready for the job that you're putting them into. And because they're not ready for it, because they lack the prerequisite baseline skills and resume and expectations, you're just saying, we need to put a woman here, we need a certain amount. Well, now you're going to have women doing a bad job, not because women are bad at jobs, but because you went out of your way to get someone on the basis that are women, regardless of how qualified they are. So when you do this, right, you're going to have statistics collecting at this workplace or that workplace. If it's a sales job, and you look at the dashboard on the intranet system, you can see the customer satisfaction rating for every employee in the company. You can see the overall sales volume for every employee in the company. And if you see a handful of women that are way, way below the average worker at the firm, well, if you don't know any better, you're going to incorrectly conclude that, women are bad at jobs. It's confirmed, because look how low their stats are in the system. The low stats in the system are not there because women aren't good at this or that job, but because they have been promoted before they're ready for prime time. Of course they're going to do a worse job, and people will incorrectly attribute to their poor performance to being female. So really that's just perpetuating stereotypes. And I refuse to do that in real life or in my Hedgehog content. Bam Kazam thinks that Golem boss we saw before is the one from Sonic Adventure 2. I never thought about that, but I think I so strongly dislike the Knuckles ghost boss in Sonic Adventure 2 that I've drowned it out of my memory. JJ had said of the Sonic Forces thing, all those male Hedgehog OCs out there, not you bird, not you dog, not you bear, no super for you. No super for you, no soup for you, Seinfeld, good night everybody. So with all that said, we have now arrived at the final sentencing. I am now going to sentence Nick and specify what needs to be done in order for him to atone for this situation. And so on a basic level, what this sentencing is just for the... And so on a basic level, what this sentencing is for Nick to just make a new video on the topic, because the 2 videos that he's made on the topic are obsolete and incorrect. In fact, the second video even has an on-screen meme visual gag bit calling out the fact that his first video about the super situation with Amy is now null and void and obsoletized. Right? But the delicious But the very unfortunate irony with this is that that video itself is also outdated and obsolete the day it was uploaded because Nick the Apologist did not know that when Amy was added to Sonic Origins Plus, they simultaneously updated the game so that Tails is only Super Tails in that text that shows up at the Hidden Palace upon collection of the 14 emeralds. And thus, if we're lasering in on that one specific data point, Tails and Amy both only ever go Super. So the Game Apologist, I quite look forward to your follow-up video that will undo the very unfortunate research negligence that you did in your most recent Amy video, which, we can joke about hedgehogs, but this serious lack of attention to detail led Nick Apologist to make very charged claims about Sega hating women. Bruh. It's so much more nuanced than that. A male hedgehog rule is perfectly fine for a great many reasons we've specified. And I look forward to the Game Apologist video. Seek out his channel, like and subscribe. And Eblo in the studio audience points out, what if this whole time it was an age thing? Because Tails and Amy are younger. That too. You don't want the muscles to be ripped apart. Cool. I'm basically done, but I'll read what Vector Sater said. Okay. Vector was talking about, unlikely that Egg Golem was the SA2 one. Interesting. Shadow Ops had said of the gender roles, women who believe men should initiate everything. Well, that's those women's opinions. Just like Shadow Ops' opinion that it doesn't matter if a woman initiates the flirting or the first kiss. Yeah, I fully allow that, right? I don't have any, I go on a first date, I pay, but I don't put this pressure on myself. I choose to do that. But it's certainly I'm not on board with thinking that I should pay for the third, fourth, and beyond until we're canonically shipped. I gotta foot the tab for this extended audition. But yeah, everybody. Vector says the robot in Sonic 3 on Angel Island is on Angel Island, but as far as we know, Eggman's hidden shuttle port in Adventure 2 is not on Angel Island. Yeah, I don't think it is. But yeah, everybody, unless anyone has some parting sentiments, what a blast of a good time this was. Alex Yard next, full steam ahead, publishing this VOD tonight. Dude, it's so electric, this new production form. And again, just to be crystal clear, nothing is changing about the music theory videos and my pace with that output. Everything we're doing here is, in addition, separate from that. But my God, when I tell you how exciting it was to do the one we did on Monday about AI music, edit it down that night. And I won't ramble about my editing process, but if anyone here is even remotely considering doing any kind of content creation, talk to me, because I've recently used methods that I wish I had been using all along, and I was talking to JJ about them a little. It takes the audio and then removes the silences, and I can specify how long does the silence have to be for it to count as a silence, right? Remove that silence and then take everything that's not cut out and put it together. That does so much of the work, so much that I was having to do it. I shudder to think about how many steps each clip of the process, how many clicks it required, how many precisional drags, right? Those days are over. And yeah, Third Bruno didn't have anything to share this time, but it was a great discussion. I appreciate that, Third Bruno. Thank you, Eblo, for weighing in with lots of viewpoints and also very important research data points of the nitty-gritty of how all this stuff works. Vector Sater, have yourself a good one. Bam Kazam, so glad you joined us. JJ, congrats on getting back into the developing lab. Very exciting. I'm going to keep an eye out for more JJ's dev streams. I said thanks to Eblo, and I can't too glad that you joined us for this one-of-a-kind symposium. EB Boy, have a great night. And of course, everyone else watching out there beyond those who are in chat. I don't know if I said Keo's name. Keo, take it easy. Yeah, and everyone else out there, I look forward to this weekend. And I'll see you tomorrow at Gaming Hangout if you're eligible. And I think I said bye to EB. And everyone over on YouTube, Shadow Ops, if Jack Griffith is with us. Shout out to the now departed Dr. Robotnik. Get it, Nick. See you this weekend, Third Bruno. Good night, Keo. And Banquizam, JJ, Eblo, Vector, and everyone else that I already mentioned. It was fun to also another bonus to this, dude. It's such a simple thing. I don't want to really play this up elsewhere, but the gameplay footage that is included in these videos that I post, it almost becomes part of the performance. It becomes this bizarrely awesome like ASMR where you're just hearing me go, 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 talk, 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 move, move, and just you got this glorious gameplay complete with deaths and mistakes. It's just, I don't want to overanalyze it, but I'm in my element doing these things. See you later, Jack Griffith. And so, yeah, I think I was going to mention during the stream earlier today, but forgot. Actually, it was an on-screen segment I didn't get to. It was going to be the discuss emoji on screen, and I was going to say, feel free to pitch a discuss. Especially pitch a discuss segment that is a response to another video. Kind of like this one is a response to the Game Apologist video, and then the Adam Neely response I did. That's right. It's got to have, ideally, the topic pitched has some, I hate to describe it in such commodified terms, but a relevant search keyword. Something that will, right? Adam Neely, I put that prominently in the title with the goal that that's going to show up in Adam Neely subscribers' feeds. Similar for Earthblade Silksong. So it's got to have some searchable in-demand layer to it. But if I didn't mention some of the other topics I've thought of are... Well, I'm going to... I won't talk about that one because that's a big one. I would maybe say it to the behind-the-scenes, inner core team hanging out on a Discord voice call, but I shouldn't say that in the air yet. What I will say is I'm going to do the Reggie Fils-Aimé is overrated, the layers you missed. Oh, man, and I'm blanking now, but I've been, thinking over a few. Dude, JJ says why King K is wrong about the Pokemon Company's capitalism methods. Now you're talking. I will seek out that video, and sorry if you linked it to me before, but that's right? And that's especially perfect because it involves a specific game and situation and also a content crit, right? I don't mean to say I'm just abusing the system, but I am deliberately choosing topics which I'm talking about substantively to ride that very natural algorithm momentum. So, thanks again, everybody. This was such a good time. I love doing these. And I look forward to more. There's not going to be one... Oh, another one is Stardust Speedway plagiarized. That, I think, will be a good one. Maybe not as long as some of these other... Maybe like 15 minutes. That, I think, will be fun to do in a casual way and just, come out. And acknowledge. If I don't know if I said this before, but if when it will come to the question of is Stardust Speedway plagiarized, I'll just give you a brief preview of my overall take, which is it plagiarized? Yeah, probably, but I will explain the nuance in why. You hear that in my voice. I'm a little bit reluctant, hedging my bets to say it. It's probably a red pen, but I will point out many, 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 many details that make it nowhere near being, some of the more severe and egregious red pans. I would probably call it red, but it's just barely red so that'll be good for, transparency and honesty. I'm not just going after I'm holding everyone accountable. So yeah. Thanks again, everybody. I'm going to end the stream now. Check out JJ's streams this week, AS2R Dev, and beyond. Thanks again, everyone. I thank you deeply. And bye, Super Amy. Yes, that's correct. Super Amy.